latest show choir catalog, featuring quality apparel that won't require expensive alterations. Every one of our made-to-order costumes is patterned and constructed in the USA. You can rest assured that each garment will arrive to your school safely, and with each performer's name and measurements printed clearly on the tag. Visit dancesoft.com for details.
You're an educator who believes that hands-on experience is one of the best ways to learn. You deserve a 5-star, highly respected travel company focused solely on teachers and educational travel. A travel company that is led by accomplished teachers and scholastic advocates who know how to move student groups of all sizes to destinations and events. You deserve the professionals from Educational Destinations. Contact us today to begin your next amazing adventure. A Musicians Abroad tour is a life-changing experience for all on the trip. Musicians Abroad supports the performance dreams of both vocal and instrumental secondary student musicians in states and regions across the United States. Collegiate and secondary music educators, along with student performers, come together for a multi-day rehearsal workshop. During that time, ensembles receive top-notch instruction while getting to know other members of the group. At the end of this intensive training, the students, faculty, and staff depart on their multi-week, once-in-a-lifetime European performance tour. Membership in a Musicians Abroad performing group is through nomination by the students' music teachers. Selection criteria is focused not only on musical excellence as a performer, but equally on the students' character and leadership skills. Are you ready to be an international performer? Imagine meeting new friends from throughout your state or region, all with incredible talents and, like you, a love of music. Ensemble members spend a few days working diligently to hone their abilities while learning to perform with their peers. Then you're off on a multi-week adventure to several countries, performing in amazing venues. You'll create lifelong friendships while experiencing European cuisine, different cultures, and incredible performance opportunities. Stop imagining, start practicing. Talk to your music ensemble director and begin planning to join Musicians Abroad as we explore Europe. We are always looking for qualified faculty members. A Musicians Abroad tour takes staff members to several European countries with time for sightseeing, local culture, shopping, and cuisine. Planes, trains, coaches, and possibly ships will be utilized during the tour. Our faculty is made up of the top music directors from the area. Musicians Abroad selects educators with proven success and a commitment to encouraging students to be their best. From recruiting and nominating performers to instructing and performing next to them in concerts overseas, being a Musicians Abroad faculty member will be one of the most rewarding experiences of your career. Musicians Abroad coordinators make our trips successful. Our state and regional coordinators are the lifeline to a Musicians Abroad group. They assist in recruiting staff members, conductors, and faculty. From securing rehearsal facilities and camp locations to attending informational meetings with prospective performers and parents, a coordinator leads the charge, both in the States and overseas. The journey begins early and finishes with the knowledge that our ensembles represented their communities with pride. Contact us today to learn more about being a performer, faculty, or staff member, or area coordinator. Since 2015, Heart of America has been hosting performance events for the finest choirs in iconic cities across the United States. We've become the leader in professionally produced educational experiences for performers and fans alike. Located in family-friendly entertainment megas, HOA festivals light up the stage so your star can shine bright. But a Heart of America event isn't only about glitz and glamour. We are committed to sharing the love with random acts of kindness by cheering on our competitors and through philanthropic endeavors like our partnership with the Thirst Project. Each year, with a matching gift from Music Travel Consultants, we are committed to building a freshwater well for a village in Eswatini, Africa, guaranteeing a lifetime of drinkable water for that community. Want more information? Or you can donate now at www.hoachoir.com/thirst. At Heart of America, we deliver a competitive landscape perfect for beginning choirs and national champions alike. Think you've got what it takes to perform on a national stage? Contact us today to begin your journey to a top-notch, affordable, and once-in-a-lifetime performance destination. Heart of America, where our heart beats for you.
check.
We should be seeing this. Sorry, Brent's not here. I had to do Brent shit.
Good. Check.
And good morning, everybody.
Good morning. Good morning.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. The 2025 Heart of America Show Choir season is kicking off here in Nashville. You are watching this show choir event on Box 5 TV. I'm Caleb Schumann. I'm here with my colleagues, Caitlin Kendall and Hannah Johnson. Let me give a quick intro. Caitlin Kendall, a former show choir aficionado from FC Singers, a big
Singers
group.
Represent.
Currently a morning show host in the Indianapolis area. Also my colleague, Hannah Johnson, show designer, consultant, clinician, show choir extraordinaire. Good morning, good morning, good morning. This is our first HOA show of the season. We'll give you all of the details here in just a minute. But first, Caitlin, what are you looking forward to today?
First off, we have 11 groups. It is the 10th year of Heart of America, so we
Can't
are
believe
very
it.
excited to kick off this season. But I have to let you know, sadly, I haven't seen a whole lot of show choir this year. So I am just excited to be immersed in the groups, to watch all these groups perform. You guys know me. I'm a mom, too. So I say, you know, I just love seeing the kids come out and do this. So mostly just looking excited, of course, to see the performances and everything that these choirs have been working for all year long to hit the stage.
Now, Hannah, on the opposite end, you've been in the trenches out there in show choir world.
Yes,
So-
I have.
The
Yes, I
trenches.
have.
So where are you on this experience then?
This is the end of my season. I have been out. This is the 5th weekend in a row that I have been out for show choir competitions, whether as a spectator, a commentator, a judge, just a show choir fan, if you will. And this season has really turned out to be one of the best. I'm so excited to see some of the groups here today. Hurricane from West Virginia has been absolutely blowing everybody out of the water. They've had an amazing season so far. Indianola Side 1, they've had a great season this year as well. There's so many groups on this list that I'm looking at. I'm so excited to be here to watch them give their all on a stage like this here in Nashville.
Fantastic. Let's jump in real quick. We want to thank our sponsors here because you're watching this live stream for free. So we should take a moment to thank our sponsors who are making that happen. Music Travel Consultants, always fantastic.
Always.
Show Choir Camps of America. Competition Suite, that's the group that helps with our judging software. House of Leno, we've got Diane Holbert, our costumers, which I imagine will be getting some costume
we will have
reveals.
costumes.
Oh, we'll have some costumes.
throughout the day.
Ludus, our ticketing partner, who is now taking all the ticketing online.
Which is all virtual. Yeah, that's great.
And of course, Box 5, who is powering the entire production here. So want to thank our sponsors. Now, it is the 10th year, so this competition does have a bit of a feel and a flow. What can you tell us about the competition? What are some of the judges looking for? What's the kind of overall goal of this competition?
This type of competition, what's really unique about something like a Heart of America is that you get these groups from all across the country. And every little show choir region has a different flavor, has a different thing that they bring to the table. And so always, 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 the top of the judges' score sheet is going to be the vocals. It's going to be, is the choreography clean? And a competition like this, we're expecting these groups to show up looking and sounding their best out of their season. So it's going to be a tough competition. We're going to be seeing the judges, some may sway one direction or another in terms of show style or the show design or costume preferences or things like that. And so just really excited to get into the nitty-gritty of what makes each of these groups unique.
Yeah, because as Hannah said, these choirs are at the end of their show choir season. I mean, many of them, this is their last competition. Many of them might only have 1 or 2 more left of the season. So they've really been doing this for the majority of the school year, the majority of summer. Most of these groups start in the summertime. And this is kind of that peak of their season, if you will, where they're kind of fine-tuning things, and they're really just making minor tweaks here and there. They're not changing things significantly. So we should be able to see them at the peak of their performance for the season.
Exciting stuff. Let's run down the roster real quick. In just a couple of minutes, we've got New Hope Middle School, Whitewater High School, then Brierwood Christian School, Hurricane High School, and then Lumina Youth Choirs. That gets us to our lunch break.
Yep.
Then we go Greenfield Central, New Hope, Brierwood Christian School with another group, Jackson Prep, Indianola, and Hurricane with another group. So that's 11 groups total.
Yep.
They'll advance, 6 groups?
There is
or
five groups
finals.
in finals tonight.
And then our exhibition, the Ball State, is that right?
Yeah, Ball State University Singers are
Very
going to perform at the very end of the night before awards. And if you haven't already, make sure you follow Heart of America on social media. They're posting all sorts of stuff there, including the awards, which are always just so pretty. I went and I had to take my little picture already, so lots of exciting stuff.
Full day coming up. Our first group is coming up here in about 5 minutes. We're going to send it here in a second out to the hall for the introductions. Isaiah, our MC, will be kicking us off. There'll be some announcements in that first group. New Hope Middle School coming up in about 5 or 10 minutes. So we'll send it back out to the hall for our first show choir of the day.
make the finals, regardless of the high school choir division. The Best Solo Award is not gender specific, and one outstanding soloist will be chosen to receive a scholarship to the Show Choir Camps of America. So that's pretty cool. Now let's introduce our judges back there. Everybody give them a nice little wave, a little shout. That's right. On our vocal panel, we've got Miss Dina Elsey and Connie Mulligan. On the visual side of everything, we got Sam Mulligan and Damon Brown. Judging our bands on the instrumental section is Garrett Breeze, and our two clinicians are Dallas Pritt and Braxton Carr. That's right, that's right. All right, who's ready for New Hope Middle School, huh? All right. Directed by Molly Phillips, the Encore Show Choir is from New Hope Middle School in Columbus, Mississippi. Choreography by Isabella Allison, Marley Tollison, and Cade Blanchard with assistance by Miss Grace Massey. Please join Encore as they go on a journey through life. Whether it's cruising in a car or flying through the air, hop on board as the adventure awaits.
first group is in the books here at Heart of America Nashville 2025. You're watching this show powered by Box 5. I'm Caleb Schumann, here with my colleagues Caitlin Kendall and Hannah Johnson. First group in the books. When you're the first group on, you're on the precipice of a full day like that, what are some of the things you're going to tell your group as you're getting ready to go? Let's start with Caitlin.
The hardest thing is getting up and going, right?
Yes,
you know, so
this
often
early in the morning, absolutely.
it is so hard. You get these, I mean, a lot of these kids, they probably had to get up extra early so they could make it to rehearsal before this morning. They could make it to all these things they needed to do to be on stage and to be able to have that energy and to be able to say, yes, it's 9 o'clock in the morning. We're doing show choir right now. But to be able to say, you got to flip it on regardless. And they did a great job. I mean, right off the bat, the first note that hit the stage, they brought the energy. So regardless of what time it was, they were ready to bring it today.
Another thing, too, is when you're competing in a venue like this, you know, usually at a competition, you're in an auditorium or a gymatorium, if you will.
I will.
This space is completely different from all of that. With the carpet and the, you know, the walls and the ceilings in here is a totally different space to be singing and projecting out onto. And so just kind of getting a feel for that and being the very first group of the day to do that, you know, props to them for coming out so strong right off the bat. This was a wonderful first group to start the day off.
So we talk about that first group. Regardless of what type of competition it is, it's always tough to go first. And then you talk about it's a middle school group on top of that. So, Hannah, in your judge's mindset, when you're going through that checklist of things, what are you listening for first to identify this group and to begin getting your comments ready?
Well, first thing I'm looking at is I'm looking at the individual singers. Now, this group is on the smaller side, which might be, you know, something that you might think like, oh, you have to fill the whole room with sound with such a small number of students. But that was number one, the first thing that I was impressed by their projection and by the power that they had as such a small ensemble. And not only that, but the smaller the ensemble, the more important it is, the more pressure you have as the performer.
Every single person.
Every single person has to be on. And I was looking around. I was taking notes. And the very first note that I took was how impressed I was that every single performer was on and they were doing their absolute best. And I love the commitment.
You know, we continue talking about fundamentals and looking at what we're going for. During that ballad, the first thing you audibly said, oh, great tone. So you must have been impressed by those fundamentals also.
Honestly, being able to have that tone quality, especially with a middle school group, is so hard to accomplish. A lot of middle school groups do make it happen. But the first thing, I mean, even with those soloists, right in that ballad, the minute that we heard the voice, I said, wow, they have great tone. So to be able to teach that in the schools, to say, this isn't just going up here and just singing and dancing at the same exact time. We want to really focus on the tone and the tonality and the quality of what you are performing. I mean, it came across, and obviously, you guys heard me say it when we were over here.
A delightful first performance. Were there any moments that stood out to you in that first performance?
I think really what stood out to me the most was the ballad performance. I would say the soloists were outstanding. I thought the balance of the parts was really, really exceptional. And what I think is really fun too is this group, this is the middle school group. Their high school is also competing today. And it's just so fun to get to see where they started, and we'll see where those students from that program end up. And it's awesome to see the trajectory and all the things yet to come for them.
That's one of my favorite things is when we have groups that have middle schools and then they have the high school groups, because it shows that they're starting this younger. They're teaching the fundamentals younger and younger, so that when they do get to high school, they're even better because they had that experience in middle school. So oftentimes schools don't have show choir in middle school. So to be able to say, this is something you can also do in high school, this is something that you can also do, you know, at the next level, if you will. It's remarkable because and they're starting now, so they're learning how to blend with each other now in middle school. So when they go to high school, they're already used to, oh, this alto usually sticks out at this point, so let's make sure we try to work with that alto there. They're already starting that so that they can just kind of fine-tune it and develop the craft as they go to the next grade level.
One thing that stood out to me in the show design was they started out with a unison piece, not a lot of split harmonies, not a lot of independent responsibilities to kind of build that confidence. And then as the show wore on, you saw more individual responsibility, more technical difficulty appearing. And I thought that was good show design.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
All right, just a couple more minutes until our next group, which is Whitewater High School, the Wildcat Jazz group. They will be going on at 9:35. Then we'll have a bit of a longer break as we start to get into some of the larger groups and resetting. So we've got a few more minutes for the before the Wildcat Jazz Ensemble performs, so we'll send it back out to the hall for a little more show choir.
Hey, 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 welcome to Nashville. How we doing? Good. By the way, I'm Isaiah. I never introduced myself earlier. So I'm your MC. I'll be here all day. Get used to me, all right? Let's get started with the second middle school group of the day, all right? Whitewater High School is thrilled to experience their inaugural visit to Heart of America. The Whitewater High School Chorus Program is one of the top programs in South Metro Atlanta area. Under the direction of Dana Lamb, a Grammy semi-finalist in music education, their program has flourished to include routine superior ratings at adjudication, regional first place winners at literary champions at Southern Star Musical Festival, and invitations to perform at prestigious events such as the final NASCAR race at Talladega. Please welcome the Whitewater High School Wildcat Jazz. Give it up for Whitewater High School Wildcat Jazz. We will be right back after this short break.
Picking repertoire from the Great American Songbook. First thoughts, Caitlin.
First off, I have to say, honestly, they only had 3 boys in their choir, but their sound, they filled the space with 3 of them. I think I put stars by, oh my gosh, the boys. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. That tenor quality and that bass quality that was so prominent with just 3 of them was remarkable to me, especially when they started highlighting them on their own. And even before that, during that 3rd song, their ballad, their tone just really came out. And I'm telling you, I was like, how are these 3, tenor and bass voices filling up the space the way they did?
Right, right. One thing that I love about an event like this is that in addition to the show choir competition, we also have opportunities for different types of choral ensembles to showcase what they've got for us today. And show choir, a lot of show choirs actually started out as jazz choirs, and so it's really fun to see, to be inspired by some of the things that they were doing. I loved right off the bat when they started off with the student who played with his guitar at the beginning. I thought that was so cool. As a director, it's so important to highlight and showcase the individual skill sets that your students have. And I just love when they utilize what they've got in the group. I think that's so cool.
In addition to the strong tenor bass voices, there was a moment during the Patsy Cline Crazy where we have the multiple girl soloists come up. They each get their own moment, and then right at the very end, they have a nice reprise of the chorus in harmony. In harmony, exactly. What were some other moments that stood out?
Along with that, it is so hard. It is so difficult to, number one, be a soloist on a microphone in a big venue like this, but then on top of that, to have to sing with other voices, with 5 voices, I think I count 5 or 6 voices, and then to on the spot in the moment be able to balance yourselves out and equalize each other and sing with, not cover anybody else, and to be listening while also performing is such a challenging task that I think they just did a really, really wonderful job on. One thing that I also loved is in the end when they threw some choreography in there.
They did. They spiced it up a bit at the end.
The energy in their vocals just immediately synced up with it, and it was so, it was captivating. The energy was captivating through that last summer. I really loved it.
All right, well, we have our first brief break of the morning as we set up for the next couple groups. The next group is going to be going on at 10:10, so in about 15 minutes or so, Brierwood Christian School Chorus. That's going to be the next group up, and then Hurricane High School Heatwave. That will get us basically towards close to lunch break. Then Lumina Youth Choirs, Lumina Amiaza is going to be that next group. So we've got a couple more groups coming up here. We're just getting going here. If you're not following along on all the socials, make sure you're doing so. HOA Choir on Instagram. HOA Choir is what you can look at on all the other socials also, and tag everything #HOA Nashville, so that way we can follow along with your social media postings as well. All right, a few more minutes. They're resetting, getting ready for the next group. We're going to set it back out to the hall, and you'll be watching a little more show choir.
Hey, how we doing? Good. One more time. How we doing out there? Come on, Nashville. That's what I like to hear. Thank you guys for being here. We really appreciate it, all right? I want to thank our sponsors for helping us out. Without them, it would not be possible. So give a shout for them. Thank you. All right, who's ready for our treble division show choir? Chorus from Brierwood Christian School is comprised of 53 singer-dancers. They are directed by Miss Casey Mixon and Taylor Meredith, with choreography by Matthew Murphy and Taylor Meredith as well. Musical arrangements are by Kevin Dugan. Their band is under the direction of Joel Mixon, and they have 12 student musicians and 6 adult musicians. Give it up for Brierwood Chorus!
Take me in your seems so simple. We were running through the trees. I remember. And I remember thinking, are we out of the woods yet? Are we out of the woods yet? Are we in the clear yet? Are we in the clear yet? Are we out of the woods yet? Are we out of the woods yet? Are we out of the woods yet? Are we out of the woods? Are we in the clear yet? Are we in the clear yet? Are we in the clear yet? In the clear yet? When I was just a little girl, my mama used to tuck me into bed and she'd tell me a story. It always was about a princess in distress and how a guy would save her and end up with the glory. You are not hidden. There's never been a moment you were forgotten. You are not hopeless. Though you have been broken, your innocence stolen. I hear you whisper underneath your breath. I hear your SOS, your SOS. I will send out an army to find you in the middle of the darkest night. It's true, I will rescue you. There is no distance that cannot be covered over and over. You're not defenseless. I'll be your shelter, I'll be your armor. I hear you whisper. Can you hear me whisper softly? thinking how you did me wrong, and I grew strong. And I learned how to get along until you're back from outer space. I just walked in and found you here with that sad look on your face. I should have changed that stupid lock. I should have made you leave the key. If I'd known for just 1 second, you'd be back to follow me. Go on, now go. Walk out the door. Just turn around now, 'cause you're not welcome anymore. Weren't you the one who tried to hurt me with goodbye? Did you think I'd crumble? Did you think I'd lay down and die?
The Box 5 studio. We are here in Nashville at the Gaylord Opry watching this 2025 season, Heart of America. Guys, that was an energetic show.
So much fun.
I am honestly so much to say.
Okay, so there's a lot of content to dive into. Let's first kind of set the table here with the show concept and the show design. Why does that show design work?
That show design works so incredibly well. Number one, because so much of it is familiar. We're familiar with Cinderella, Sleeping Beauty, Beauty and the Beast, Belle,
Little
and
Red Riding
Little
Hood.
Red Riding Hood.
Yeah.
It's all familiar to us. We noticed immediately, even before we went on stage, Caitlin goes, okay, Cinderella, I see some princesses back there.
I don't want to interrupt on show design, but that to me started it. Before the show even started, we're seeing in the wings, we're seeing all these things, and I'm like, I see a Cinderella, Aurora, a Little Red Riding Hood, and a Sleeping Beauty. And I'm like, And then the show starts, and they have all the books on their LED monitors behind them, and she's like, Hannah's like, look.
There
I'm
it
like,
is.
Costumes matched perfectly with exactly what they were trying to do, which speaks to the show design and that overall performance. I'm like, okay, costumes were costuming.
The costumes were costuming. And along with that, you know, the show design, which with each of the different songs, the way that it carries you, it starts out with I Need a Hero, and then we get into that mashup with all the different character tropes of those princesses or those characters, and then into the Cheetah Girls. If you would have seen the two of us back here,
we basically were a performance, okay?
I mean, call the Cheetah Girls, call them right now, because we're in.
They were crushing. That honestly, something that you can get the whole audience involved.
Yeah.
Because to me, that Cheetah Girls song could have easily been their closer, the way, the energy that they brought.
Absolutely.
And it was the changer. So the fact that they brought all that energy in the first half of the show and then carried it through. It wasn't like we brought the closer with Cheetah Girls right before the ballad. They also brought it at the very end of the show, too. So to be able to have that energy and the arc, but then be able to finish it up to the top, hats off.
I really like, too, how with the show design and the costuming, how they go hand in hand, you know, in that ballad, when they went off stage to change, they came back and dressed in that silver. They're their own knight in shining armor.
Literally. So in the marching band world where I come from, we would call this a grandma show. It's so easy that your grandma would understand it. But honestly, that level of familiarity gives the audience time to not have to worry about understanding this kind of abstract show design. They can jump right in and start appreciating it right off the bat.
And
Absolutely.
honestly, some of the things that you guys might not have been able to see from where we're at right here, we're kind of in the corner of this ballroom in the Opryland. But when we were looking on the monitor, which is what you guys saw on our YouTube live stream, the formations that were made,
yes,
they were so intentional. And you had different sections. They made the perfect diamond in the middle. And then each, you know, the way that they separated the costumes, but also blended it so well together and matched it up with the choreography and the dance breaks, clean feet, clean arms. Honestly, it was a fantastic show. And to kick us off in our treble show choir division, I mean, phenomenal job.
Truly.
So there were some other moments that stuck out to me. We've got to talk about the soloist right there towards the finale of I Will Survive. It was just like instantaneous. I was like, oh, and okay, here we go. Let's go.
Yes.
All of their soloists.
All of their soloists. This group has a stacked set of performers and singers. I want to point out the first soloist from the ballad. There were as a duet. It was
the
a
duet. The duet.
But
yeah.
that very first one as an alto, girl.
I said, how nice of them to flip the script and let the alto do it.
Let the alto take the ballad solo.
Oh my God.
And it was chef's kiss. It was it had such a beautiful resonance to it. She had such a beautiful, beautiful voice. And then when her partner came out and sang with
perfectly.
her, it was just pleasing to the ears. It was so good.
I mean, I literally got goosebumps. I'm like, I have goosebumps right now. And already have goosebumps.
You can tell they enjoyed performing it together. They were having their own moment, and it was really nice for them to like let us in and appreciate that moment for a second.
For sure. I really like, you mentioned the soloist that carried in the closer. Girl, the way that she captivated the audience, the stage, everybody was locked in on her, and it just took the energy from already high to over the roof. They rose the roof.
Yeah, and something that's so hard to do, when you have a soloist and a closer, or you have a soloist and a high energy number, it's so hard because sometimes a soloist can park and bark and they're just, you know, it's one thing to stand there and do the ballad and sound beautiful and captivate us, but to be able to sound great while also dancing your booty off, while also your entire choir is on stage singing their faces off behind you.
Yeah.
It's so hard to do, and they did a great job. And she did that because she worked the stage. She wasn't just standing in the corner or on a box over here. She was weaving in and out and was working. Bringing
stage presence,
so many
awareness,
things.
like the level of performance. And the stage presence, not just of the soloist, but then also of like when there's these big formations all the way to the back row, like they were emoting. They were like demonstrating and performing. It was fantastic to watch.
Yeah.
Truly.
Honestly, I said it, and I'll say it again. One of my favorite show designs I've seen, to be honest.
I do have to say, as a band person, that was a live band back there. There were student musicians, and they had some ringers also, but quality balance. They didn't play over the group. They waited until the instrumental breaks before they played full out.
Yes.
They waited until the end to have their solo moment with the trumpet player. I thought it was really tasteful and really balanced on the band's part also.
Great job, honestly. I mean, I feel like so good. But
what
really,
a great start to the high school division.
Yeah, I mean, if this is setting the tone for what we're going to have today, I'm really excited.
Well, we do have a couple more groups coming up here. Our next group is going to be Hurricane High School Heatwave. That's the first of two groups from Hurricane High School. That's going to get us into, we're in the middle of our high school throw, because then after that is Lumina Youth Choir with their Amiyaza group, and that will get us to lunch. A couple more groups before we get ready for the evening show. So lots of show choir coming up. Our next group is in 15 minutes at 10:45, so you still have a little bit more time as they get ready to set the stage here. Any final thoughts on that last group?
Just keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah.
I mean, if they make it into finals, I'm so excited to see that energy level just another notch, because, I mean, they just did that at 10 o'clock in the morning. So the fact that they already had that energy at 10 a.m., I'm really excited to see what happens. Obviously, we have 5 finalists that make it tonight, and they're a school to watch.
It's crazy. It's 10 o'clock in the morning here, and it's kind of got
It's
an evening
giving
vibe.
finals.
It really is.
Yeah,
It really is. All right, a big day of show choir. Make sure you're following along on all the social medias. Just search HOA Choir. You can use hashtag HOA Nashville. Lots of things happening on the social media side of things, so be sure to follow along that way. Of course, make sure that you stay on the YouTube channel all day. Thanks to our sponsors for making that happen.
Yeah.
But a bit of a break here until our next group, which is going to be Hurricane High School with Heatwave. And we'll send it out to the hall for a little more show choir.
Great job. Dance and sing along.
But that's like that's a part of it, right? Like, get them on your side with familiar repertoire.
At Dance Sophisticates, the passion to tell your story is behind every design we create. We are proud to announce our latest show choir catalog, featuring quality apparel that won't require expensive alterations. Every one of our made-to-order costumes is patterned and constructed in the USA. You can rest assured that each garment will arrive to your school safely, and with each performer's name and measurements printed clearly on the tag. Visit dancesoft.com for details.
A Musicians Abroad tour is a life-changing experience for all on the trip. Musicians Abroad supports the performance dreams of both vocal and instrumental secondary student musicians in states and regions across the United States. Collegiate and secondary music educators, along with student performers, come together for a multi-day rehearsal workshop. During that time, ensembles receive top-notch instruction while getting to know other members of the group. At the end of this intensive training, the students, faculty, and staff depart on their multi-week, once-in-a-lifetime European performance tour. Membership in a Musicians Abroad performing group is through nomination by the students' music teachers. Selection criteria is focused not only on musical excellence as a performer, but equally on the student's character and leadership skills. Are you ready to be an international performer? Imagine meeting new friends from throughout your state or region, all with incredible talents and, like you, a love of music. Ensemble members spend a few days working diligently to hone their abilities while learning to perform with their peers. Then you're off on a multi-week adventure to several countries, performing in amazing venues. You'll create lifelong friendships while experiencing European cuisine, different cultures, and incredible performance opportunities. Stop imagining, start practicing, talk to your music ensemble director, and begin planning to join Musicians Abroad as we explore Europe. We are always looking for qualified faculty members. A Musicians Abroad tour takes staff members to several European countries with time for sightseeing, local culture, shopping, and cuisine. Planes, trains, coaches, and possibly ships will be utilized during the tour. Our faculty is made up of the top music directors from the area. Musicians Abroad selects educators with proven success and a commitment to encouraging students to be their best. From recruiting and nominating performers to instructing and performing next to them in concerts overseas, being a Musicians Abroad faculty member will be one of the most rewarding experiences of your career. Musicians Abroad coordinators make our trips successful. Our state and regional coordinators are the lifeline to a Musicians Abroad group. They assist in recruiting staff members, conductors, and faculty. From securing rehearsal facilities and camp locations to attending informational meetings with prospective performers and parents, a coordinator leads the charge, both in the States and overseas. The journey begins early and finishes with the knowledge that our ensembles represented their communities with pride. Contact us today to learn more about being a performer, faculty, or staff member, or area coordinator.
How we doing, Nashville? Come on, how we doing, Nashville? Let's go. All right. Just a quick little reminder, we want to keep the traffic flowing smoothly. So make sure we exit to our right and we enter in the back. Once again, exit on the right, enter from the back. Just keep that in mind throughout the day. Want to keep it moving quickly, all right? Also, have you guys been to the merch booth? I got this sweat set. It's really awesome. Go check it out. Believe me, it's really cool. Who's ready to get started? Hurricane High School's Heatwave Show Choir is a treble-only competitive show choir comprised of 67 talented singer-dancers, instrumentalists, and a stage crew. In 2024, Heatwave won first place in their division at Beaver Creek, Capitol, Robert C. Byrd, Herbert Hoover, and the West Virginia State Show Choir Festival, while collecting caption awards for Best Vocals, Best Choreography, Best Band, and Best Costumes throughout the whole entire season. Once upon a time, there was a group of girls who grew up to be very different women with three things in common. They are brilliant, they're beautiful, and they work for Charlie. Follow these angels as they receive their mission to stop the city's villains. Under the direction of Joseph Kincaid, Cynthia Colson, and Evelyn Bush, with choreography by Tara Tober, Jacob Jones, and Haven Steele, please welcome Heatwave.
On me, when it gets dark, I'll help you see. I will help you find your way. Doesn't matter when. I will be there for you till the very end. Danger or trouble, I bear on the double. Know that you always get home. Put cigarettes. I don't believe our songs had a cocktail in his head. And no one's been the door to the I'm gonna lure you into the dark. My cold desire to hear the boom, boom, boom of your heart. The danger is all dangerous, and I might just tear you apart. Whoa, I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you, get you. Whoa, I wanna taste the way that you bleed. Oh, you're my kill of the night. No time for rest, no pillow for my head, nowhere to run from this, no way to forget. Around the shadows creep, like friends they cover me. Just wanna lay me down and finally try to get some sleep.
Carrying on through this storm, tired soldiers in this war, remember what we're fighting for.
Meet me on the battlefield, even on the darkest night. I will be a sword and shield, your camouflage, and you will be mine. Echoes of the shots ring out. We may be the first to fall. Everything can stay the same, or we could change it all. Meet me on the battlefield. We're standing face to face with our own human race, but we could change it if we stand up strong and take the lead. I was younger, I was named the generation unafraid, for the
Give it up for the Hurricane Heatwave.
We are back here in the Box 5 studio at the Opryland Hotel in Nashville, Tennessee. HOA Nashville 2025. We just got done watching Hurricane High School Heatwave. What a fantastic group. You can tell with a group like this, it was not an enigma that this performance was high energy. They rehearsed well. Overall, there's a lot to dig into. Caitlin, let's get your first thoughts here.
Honestly, I loved the clean lines throughout the entire show. I'm a dancer at heart. I grew up a dancer, so my eyes always tend to gravitate towards the dancing side of things, the choreography, the formations, how your arms are, how your feet are. They did a tremendous job of making sure their lines were perfectly straight in every formation, even spacing on the riser, which goes a really long way because you can have one person on a riser a little bit up, a little bit back, but when the camera took the angles wide looking down and you could see that everyone was in the exact middle of the riser, exactly where they needed to be with their formation, it went a really, really long way. I wrote clean choreo, great lines multiple times, so
Yes. Another thing about this group is that they are known for having one of the hottest bands in the land.
Oh my gosh.
And nothing gets me going more than when they bring their students, the band, on stage with them. And I think as, you know, as a show design aspect goes, I think that played right into this like 70s Charlie's Angel theme, as well as the choreography. One of the things that I was noticing is how much of the choreography fit that 70s vibe, but it also had a bit of a hi-ya to it, you know?
It
They
did.
got those kicks, they had all these punches that were giving, fighting crime. I loved it.
You're a band guy at heart,
I am.
obviously. And when the band was coming on stage, I'm like, Caleb, they get the band on the stage. How did you perceive that as somebody who is, you're not, I mean, you've been experiencing the show choir world now, but when you see the band on stage and see that side of it, what did you think?
The first thing we look for as a band director is making sure that we're not covering the vocalist. That's the biggest challenge for us. Like, it's so easy for a trumpet to play loud. It's not necessarily easy to get a high school student to sing with all the projections. So the awareness to play with balance, and then they get the students on stage and they're integrated into the performance. Like, it feels like you're back in time when the band is on stage. Like, you feel like you're at a variety show or something like that. And the student musicians, tasteful, fantastic. I love the integration, the awareness, the balance. Really, really well done. It helps that they play well, too. Like, on top of everything, like, they play really well.
They play
Like,
well.
okay,
So
I
well,
really
so
enjoy
well.
it. So I appreciate that your first comment is about the band, because I did write some comments down here. Very, very tasteful. This group and the last group, 2 live bands right off the bat that are like playing really, really well into showcasing what the choir students can do for them.
Another thing that really stuck out about this group was the soloists. I mean,
Yes.
honestly, that first soloist right off the bat with the growl, she added in that growl. Sometimes a growl can be a little times I'm like, you're pushing it a little, but it was, honestly, it was just the right amount. And you could
Tasteful.
really tell it was the tonality of her voice. It was a natural growl. It wasn't a forced growl, which I really appreciated. I think even during the ballad, it was such a strong ballad, and then you had these 2 voices on each side kind of battling each other, if you will, and to carry that through, I thought the soloists did a tremendous job. That trio,
so good.
I got that down, too.
that
Beautiful
trio,
balance.
honestly. First, she came out and she had the growl, and she had this awesome tone at the beginning of that Dangerous Changer song. And then the other 2 came in, and I'm like, she's doing so great on her own. I get so nervous when I hear a soloist doing so great, and then other people come in. They did a great job, and they accented each other really well. They blended really well. That was a really special moment, I think, for me during their show.
Absolutely. You can tell how well rehearsed the whole ensemble is, really, but specifically when you have those moments to highlight those soloists and the backup soloists, if you want to call them that, you know, there is such a comfortability with their craft and with their performance that they can throw in a growl, and and I believe it. She sold it, and I ate it up.
The pacing of the show is one thing that stuck out to me. Like, when they used a full ensemble moment, when they used a soloist, when they used a trio for a small ensemble moment, when they chose to feature the band. I think everything about that was really, really well done. And then in addition to that, if you're looking at it from a judge's perspective, go on the rubric, find something that they didn't do well.
Right.
Exactly.
Right.
So were there any technical things, you've got a background in judging, were there any technical things where you'd be like, I have to make sure that they know they did this exceptionally well?
You know, being in the space that we're in, I think one of the most challenging aspects is the balance, is that finding that balance with the band, finding the balance with the individual singers, especially in a setup like this where sometimes you get a hot mic that picks up a little extra voices, but there really wasn't, it felt like a really solid, clean ensemble sound, which is really challenging to accomplish in a space like this.
What stuck out to you from a technical aspect, from the X's and O's of it all?
I think technicality, your clean lines and your choreography was executed, because it was some tough choreography. I mean, you mentioned it already. It's tough choreography when you're adding in some of those punches and not your technical, like, pretty hand. So we have to be really sharp with their movements, and they did a great job of making sure they were punching all of their moments and hitting them at the same exact time. That is sometimes harder to do when you have really tight, hard choreography.
Yeah.
When you have the more fluid choreography, it's not so easy to tell when someone doesn't hit it at the exact right moment. They did a great job at that, at the technicality and punching on exactly at the moments that they needed to.
For me, what stuck out, in addition to all of that, they have to make sure that their facial expressions are on point, because this is, relatively speaking, an intimate environment. Like, you can see every single performer's face. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in the front row or the back row. You're going to be able to gather those facial expressions. And so I really appreciated the fact that all these performers, whether they were a soloist or whether they were just a member of the full ensemble, performing full out, full extension of the arms, full facial expression, big bright eyes. You were locked in. It didn't matter who you were watching.
Exactly, exactly.
All right. Anything else before we get ready for this next group here?
I'm just, honestly, I love. You get so excited and you get ready to go. You're like, oh, I can't wait to see the groups, can't wait to see the groups, can't wait to see the groups. And when you see them come out and they perform at the level that they're already performing at, it's why HOA is so great and why so many people talk about HOA. It's because the groups that come to HOA bring their A game, they bring their best groups, and honestly, tremendous job yet again, another group.
We did get our first hand wave of
Oh.
of the day. I did see that in the audience during the ballad moment, during that soloist. I was like, okay, cool. The audience gets it. They know they're locked in. So I love that. The audience is pretty full here, which really gives the student performers that energy. It kind of feeds on itself, you know?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right,
Love it.
Our next group is coming up at 11:20, Lumina Youth Choir, the Lumina Amiaza. Then we go to lunch. We come back at 12:45 for a couple more groups getting us into that evening show. 5 groups. Only 5 groups are going to be advancing, so it's going to be difficult for those judges to advance. Thankfully, we don't have to worry about that.
And Lumina is a concert choir, so we'll have a little bit of a pause of a break with show choir this morning. We'll go to concert choir and
Change
then back
the
to
pace.
show choir.
Listen, I'm an orchestra band rep nut, so I'm here for the show choir. Give me some classical rep.
Let's see it. I can't wait to see what Lumina has to offer next.
All right, follow along on all the social medias. You're going to be looking for HOA Choir or hashtag HOA Nashville so you can participate in the social media discussion that's going on. Otherwise, your next group's coming up here in about 6 minutes or so, so we'll send it back out to the hall and get ready for our next show choir.
Hey, Nashville, how we doing out there? Let's make some noise. How we doing, Nashville? Come on. That's what's up. Good, good. Love to hear it. All right, let's get started with this concert choir. Lumina Amiazza is the intermediate ensemble for Lumina youth choirs in Tampa, Florida. Amiazza focuses on the development of healthy vocal production, a deeper understanding of music theory, and experiencing core choral repertoire. This choir performs at 3 major concerts each year, an outreach performance, and special events, and tours domestically each season. Please give it up for Lumina Amiazza. Keep it going for Lumina Amiazza. We will be right back after this short break.
We are back here in the Box 5 studio, HOA Nashville, Heart of America, first competition of the year. It is our first classical choir of the day. And one of the things that I like about this contest is that it has the ability to be flexible to allow all sorts of different types of ensembles, middle school, high school, mixed, and then we also can have a classical choir here. Now, you were a choir director. We're going to let you nerd out about this in a second, but I want to get our non-choir perspectives.
Right.
Change of pace, delightful. What were some things that stuck out to you right off the bat?
Honestly, I grew up in choir, and obviously I was in show choir when I was in high school. But the ability to have a blending of voices, I think, was really well, especially when you have such a younger group, to be able to take the tone that could come across very young and youthful and not have that as prominent, especially in a middle school group. I think it spoke volumes. I love to see that there was, a couple guys in there. Hopefully they can, get a few more interested in choir. But I just think they did a really good job, and they added in a little bit of movement. It wasn't like they were just standing there the whole time, which oftentimes in concert choir is a little bit of a breath of fresh air where they kind of just can loosen up a bit and allow their voices to do the rest of the work.
It's so funny that the first thing you mentioned was the balance. I wrote down, I didn't find one person that stuck out the entire show. There was not one stick out. And so when we talk about fundamentals, young musicians developing, Ms. Former Choir Director, what were your thoughts?
I taught middle school choir, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade for 6 years. And I have taught a few of these pieces. The very first one on their set list was an all-state piece just a few years ago. And so I know how challenging it is, not only to teach the notes on the page, but also to get and that's a large group of students up there, a large group of students to have the skill set to sing so beautifully. And as you mentioned, the tone quality was so mature for their age range. One thing that I can tell you right off the bat from that all 3 of those pieces, but having taught that very first one, the importance of breath support and in order to sustain such a good tone quality, that is such a challenging thing for that age group. When you think about when you're a middle schooler, when you're 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, you kind of want to fade into the background.
Yeah.
Many of us were kind of quiet in middle school. Maybe we yapped a lot with our friends.
I'm
but
a yappy yapper.
Yeah, but in choir, you know, as a teacher, I spent so much time just trying to get those students to be comfortable having their voices heard, and that starts with the breath control. That starts with giving them a strong, firm foundation to support that sound, to really project. And then once they get projecting, that's when you can work on unifying those vowels, which they did.
Yeah.
They did a great job at that.
That third number especially, I wrote wonderful unified sound. The vowels just really, really locked in. As you mentioned, Caleb, not one voice stuck out, which is such a feat
a great thing.
for that
Very,
age group.
very uncommon for a young group like that. It was really impressive.
Yes.
Yeah. A tremendous job, honestly.
Some of the other things that I noted here, the second number, I wrote down finesse. And that, to me, the finesse is like, we could have sung louder, we could have done more, but we didn't need to because everything that we did was right in the box. It was perfect. It was very meticulous, methodical. It was, I don't know, it was just very intentional, I think.
Yes. They mentioned in their bio that part of their, you know, the goal of this ensemble is not just to give these students an opportunity to sing in a group like this, but also to further their musical understanding, further their music theory. And you can tell because of the things like that finesse that comes from lots and lots and lots of rehearsals, let me tell you.
Yep.
Because it doesn't just happen. You know, you can put a bunch of kids in a room and say, sing this song, and they can look at it and they can hear it, and then they can sing it based off of what they're hearing. But it's another thing to teach them, this is how you're reading the notes. This is how you're looking at the music. This is how you're actually understanding the music that you are singing. And you're not just out there to sing the song that you practice and you have it memorized. You know which tone, well, you know which note you're supposed to hit. You know what the vowel shape is supposed to be.
Yep.
You know the tonality that you're trying to accomplish. And each song was different in that way, but it blended so well together. And the violinist, I really enjoyed that. I know it was an educator that was up on the stage, but I love when you can add in, you know, there's one thing to have a concert choir that's a cappella. That's one of my favorite things to do with a concert choir. But the violinist did a great job at kind of adding in that extra, here we go, let me put another blanket on top of it. Let me get you going, you know, and I really enjoyed that, adding that extra bit to the voices that were already singing for the first 2 songs.
Absolutely. Wonderful job.
It's
We can keep saying wonderful all day long. You did so great.
It's another opportunity for those young musicians to get to work with, you know, like you said, that the violinist is professional, but it's an opportunity for those students to get to see what it's like to work in real time with a professional. Again, the challenge to get young musicians to become interested in serious repertoire, to execute at what is essentially a professional level, making sure that they are checking off all those boxes, and then on top of that, for it to be an enjoyable performance for us as the viewer.
Right.
Absolutely.
Enjoyable to watch.
Yeah. Absolutely. One of the things that I noticed, and I always love this as a former choir director, is seeing the students lock in
know.
to
Oh,
the
yeah.
director. And like
Yeah.
they're so engaged and they're feeling every single moment with her. They're right. Like they're all on the same wavelength, which is a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
Any other
Great
thoughts?
job. It's just great job, honestly. They're doing good work there in Tampa.
It was a nice change of pace, honestly.
Yes.
Okay, we have a lunch break now. Then we will come back at 12:45. We've got Greenfield Central Legacy, then New Hope, and then the big groups. The Championship Show Choir Division kicks off at 2:15. So the spectacle is really just starting.
Yeah.
The pageantry is just starting here. Yeah. We're going to send it out. We've got a bit of a lunch break, like I mentioned, and we'll be back probably in just a little under an hour to get you ready for the next group. Show Choir here in Nashville, thanks to Box 5 TV, so we'll send it back out.
At Dance Sophisticates, the passion to tell your story is behind every design we create. We are proud to announce our latest show choir catalog, featuring quality apparel that won't require expensive alterations. Every one of our made-to-order costumes is patterned and constructed in the USA. You can rest assured that each garment will arrive to your school safely. and with each performer's name and measurements printed clearly on the tag. Visit dancesoft.com for details.
You're an educator who believes that hands-on experience is one of the best ways to learn. You deserve a 5-star, highly respected travel company focused solely on teachers and educational travel. A travel company that is led by accomplished teachers and scholastic advocates who know how to move student groups of all sizes to destinations and events. You deserve the professionals from Educational Destinations. Contact us today to begin your next amazing adventure. A Musicians Abroad tour is a life-changing experience for all on the trip. Musicians Abroad supports the performance dreams of both vocal and instrumental secondary student musicians in states and regions across the United States. Collegiate and secondary music educators, along with student performers, come together for a multi-day rehearsal workshop. During that time, ensembles receive top-notch instruction while getting to know other members of the group. At the end of this intensive training, the students, faculty, and staff depart on their multi-week, once-in-a-lifetime European performance tour. Membership in a Musicians Abroad performing group is through nomination by the students' music teachers. Selection criteria is focused not only on musical excellence as a performer, but equally on the students' character and leadership skills. Are you ready to be an international performer? Imagine meeting new friends from throughout your state or region, all with incredible talents and, like you, a love of music. Ensemble members spend a few days working diligently to hone their abilities while learning to perform with their peers. Then you're off on a multi-week adventure to several countries, performing in amazing venues. You'll create lifelong friendships while experiencing European cuisine, different cultures, and incredible performance opportunities. Stop imagining, start practicing, talk to your music ensemble director, and begin planning to join Musicians Abroad as we explore Europe. We are always looking for qualified faculty members. A Musicians Abroad tour takes staff members to several European countries with time for sightseeing, local culture, shopping, and cuisine. Planes, trains, coaches, and possibly ships will be utilized during the tour. Our faculty is made up of the top music directors from the area. Musicians Abroad selects educators with proven success and a commitment to encouraging students to be their best. From recruiting and nominating performers to instructing and performing next to them in concerts overseas, being a Musicians Abroad faculty member will be one of the most rewarding experiences of your career. Musicians Abroad coordinators make our trips successful. Our state and regional coordinators are the lifeline to a Musicians Abroad group. They assist in recruiting staff members, conductors, and faculty. From securing rehearsal facilities and camp locations to attending informational meetings with prospective performers and parents, a coordinator leads the charge, both in the States and overseas. The journey begins early and finishes with the knowledge that our ensembles represented their communities with pride. Contact us today to learn more about being a performer, faculty, or staff member, or area coordinator. Since 2015, Heart of America has been hosting performance events for the finest choirs in iconic cities across the United States. we've become the leader in professionally produced educational experiences for performers and fans alike. Located in family-friendly entertainment megas, HOA festivals light up the stage so your star can shine bright. But a Heart of America event isn't only about glitz and glamour. We are committed to sharing the love with random acts of kindness by cheering on our competitors and through philanthropic endeavors like our partnership with the Thirst Project. Each year, with a matching gift from Music Travel Consultants, we are committed to building a freshwater well for a village in Eswatini, Africa, guaranteeing a lifetime of drinkable water for that community. Want more information? Or you can donate now at www.hoachoir.com/thirst. At Heart of America, we deliver a competitive landscape perfect for beginning choirs and national champions alike. Think you've got what it takes to perform on a national stage? Contact us today to begin your journey to a top-notch, affordable, and once-in-a-lifetime performance destination. Heart of America, where our heart beats for you.
At Dance Sophisticates, the passion to tell your story is behind every design we create. We are proud to announce our latest show choir catalog, featuring quality apparel that won't require expensive alterations. Every one of our made-to-order costumes is patterned and constructed in the USA. You can rest assured that each garment will arrive to your school safely, and with each performer's name and measurements printed clearly on the tag. Visit dancesoft.com for details.
You're an educator who believes that hands-on experience is one of the best ways to learn. You deserve a 5-star, highly respected travel company focused solely on teachers and educational travel. A travel company that is led by accomplished teachers and scholastic advocates who know how to move student groups of all sizes to destinations and events. You deserve the professionals from Educational Destinations. Contact us today to begin your next amazing adventure. A Musicians Abroad tour is a life-changing experience for all on the trip. Musicians Abroad supports the performance dreams of both vocal and instrumental secondary student musicians in states and regions across the United States. Collegiate and secondary music educators, along with student performers, come together for a multi-day rehearsal workshop. During that time, ensembles receive top-notch instruction while getting to know other members of the group. At the end of this intensive training, the students, faculty, and staff depart on their multi-week, once-in-a-lifetime European performance tour. Membership in a Musicians Abroad performing group is through nomination by the students' music teachers. Selection criteria is focused not only on musical excellence as a performer, but equally on the students' character and leadership skills. Are you ready to be an international performer? Imagine meeting new friends from throughout your state or region, all with incredible talents and, like you, a love of music. Ensemble members spend a few days working diligently to hone their abilities while learning to perform with their peers. Then you're off on a multi-week adventure to several countries, performing in amazing venues. You'll create lifelong friendships while experiencing European cuisine, different cultures, and incredible performance opportunities. Stop imagining, start practicing. Talk to your music ensemble director and begin planning to join Musicians Abroad as we explore Europe. We are always looking for qualified faculty members. A Musicians Abroad tour takes staff members to several European countries with time for sightseeing, local culture, shopping, and cuisine. Planes, trains, coaches, and possibly ships will be utilized during the tour. Our faculty is made up of the top music directors from the area. Musicians Abroad selects educators with proven success and a commitment to encouraging students to be their best. From recruiting and nominating performers to instructing and performing next to them in concerts overseas, being a Musicians Abroad faculty member will be one of the most rewarding experiences of your career. Musicians Abroad coordinators make our trips successful. Our state and regional coordinators are the lifeline to a Musicians Abroad group. They assist in recruiting staff members, conductors, and faculty. From securing rehearsal facilities and camp locations to attending informational meetings with prospective performers and parents, a coordinator leads the charge, both in the States and overseas. The journey begins early and finishes with the knowledge that our ensembles represented their communities with pride. Contact us today to learn more about being a performer, faculty or staff member, or area coordinator. Since 2015, Heart of America has been hosting performance events for the finest choirs in iconic cities across the United States. We've become the leader in professionally produced educational experiences for performers and fans alike. Located in family-friendly entertainment megas, HOA festivals light up the stage so your star can shine bright. But a Heart of America event isn't only about glitz and glamour. We are committed to sharing the love with random acts of kindness by cheering on our competitors and through philanthropic endeavors like our partnership with the Thirst Project. Each year, with a matching gift from Music Travel Consultants, we are committed to building a freshwater well for a village in Eswatini, Africa, guaranteeing a lifetime of drinkable water for that community. Want more information? Or you can donate now at www.hoachoir.com/thirst. At Heart of America, we deliver a competitive landscape perfect for beginning choirs and national champions alike. Think you've got what it takes to perform on a national stage? Contact us today to begin your journey to a top-notch, affordable, and once-in-a-lifetime performance destination. Heart of America, where our heart beats for you.
At Dance Sophisticates, the passion to tell your story is behind every design we create. We are proud to announce our latest show choir catalog, featuring quality apparel that won't require expensive alterations. Every one of our made-to-order costumes is patterned and constructed in the USA. You can rest assured that each garment will arrive to your school safely, and with each performer's name and measurements printed clearly on the tag. Visit dancesoft.com for details.
You're an educator who believes that hands-on experience is one of the best ways to learn. You deserve a 5-star, highly respected travel company focused solely on teachers and educational travel. A travel company that is led by accomplished teachers and scholastic advocates who know how to move student groups of all sizes to destinations and events. You deserve the professionals from Educational Destinations. Contact us today to begin your next amazing adventure. A Musicians Abroad tour is a life-changing experience for all on the trip. Musicians Abroad supports the performance dreams of both vocal and instrumental secondary student musicians in states and regions across the United States. Collegiate and secondary music educators, along with student performers, come together for a multi-day rehearsal workshop. During that time, ensembles receive top-notch instruction while getting to know other members of the group. At the end of this intensive training, the students, faculty, and staff depart on their multi-week, once-in-a-lifetime European performance tour. Membership in a Musicians Abroad performing group is through nomination by the students' music teachers. Selection criteria is focused not only on musical excellence as a performer, but equally on the students' character and leadership skills. Are you ready to be an international performer? Imagine meeting new friends from throughout your state or region, all with incredible talents and, like you, a love of music. Ensemble members spend a few days working diligently to hone their abilities while learning to perform with their peers. Then you're off on a multi-week adventure to several countries, performing in amazing venues. You'll create lifelong friendships while experiencing European cuisine, different cultures, and incredible performance opportunities. Stop imagining, start practicing, talk to your music ensemble director, and begin planning to join Musicians Abroad as we explore Europe. We are always looking for qualified faculty members. A Musicians Abroad tour takes staff members to several European countries with time for sightseeing, local culture, shopping, and cuisine. Planes, trains, coaches, and possibly ships will be utilized during the tour. Our faculty is made up of the top music directors from the area. Musicians Abroad selects educators with proven success and a commitment to encouraging students to be their best. From recruiting and nominating performers to instructing and performing next to them in concerts overseas, being a Musicians Abroad faculty member will be one of the most rewarding experiences of your career. Musicians Abroad coordinators make our trips successful. Our state and regional coordinators are the lifeline to a Musicians Abroad group. They assist in recruiting staff members, conductors, and faculty. From securing rehearsal facilities and camp locations to attending informational meetings with prospective performers and parents, a coordinator leads the charge, both in the States and overseas. The journey begins early and finishes with the knowledge that our ensembles represented their communities with pride. Contact us today to learn more about being a performer, faculty, or staff member, or area coordinator. Since 2015, Heart of America has been hosting performance events for the finest choirs in iconic cities across the United States. We've become the leader in professionally produced educational experiences for performers and fans alike. Located in family-friendly entertainment megas, HOA festivals light up the stage so your star can shine bright. But a Heart of America event isn't only about glitz and glamour. We are committed to sharing the love with random acts of kindness by cheering on our competitors and through philanthropic endeavors like our partnership with the Thirst Project. Each year, with a matching gift from Music Travel Consultants, we are committed to building a freshwater well for a village in Eswatini, Africa, guaranteeing a lifetime of drinkable water for that community. Want more information? Or you can donate now at www.hoachoir.com/thirst. At Heart of America, we deliver a competitive landscape perfect for beginning choirs and national champions alike. Think you've got what it takes to perform on a national stage? Contact us today to begin your journey to a top-notch, affordable, and once-in-a-lifetime performance destination. Heart of America, where our heart beats for you.
At Dance Sophisticates, the passion to tell your story is behind every design we create. We are proud to announce our latest show choir catalog, featuring quality apparel that won't require expensive alterations. Every one of our made-to-order costumes is patterned and constructed in the USA. You can rest assured that each garment will arrive to your school safely, and with each performer's name and measurements printed clearly on the tag. Visit dancesoft.com for details.
You're an educator who believes that hands-on experience is one of the best ways to learn. You deserve a 5-star, highly respected travel company focused solely on teachers and educational travel. A travel company that is led by accomplished teachers and scholastic advocates who know how to move student groups of all sizes to destinations and events. You deserve the professionals from Educational Destinations. Contact us today to begin your next amazing adventure. A Musicians Abroad tour is a life-changing experience for all on the trip. Musicians Abroad supports the performance dreams of both vocal and instrumental secondary student musicians in states and regions across the United States. Collegiate and secondary music educators, along with student performers, come together for a multi-day rehearsal workshop. During that time, ensembles receive top-notch instruction while getting to know other members of the group. At the end of this intensive training, the students, faculty, and staff depart on their multi-week, once-in-a-lifetime European performance tour. Membership in a Musicians Abroad performing group is through nomination by the students' music teachers. Selection criteria is focused not only on musical excellence as a performer, but equally on the student's character and leadership skills. Are you ready to be an international performer? Imagine meeting new friends from throughout your state or region, all with incredible talents and, like you, a love of music. Ensemble members spend a few days working diligently to hone their abilities while learning to perform with their peers. Then, you're off on a multi-week adventure to several countries, performing in amazing venues. You'll create lifelong friendships while experiencing European cuisine, different cultures, and incredible performance opportunities. Stop imagining, start practicing, talk to your music ensemble director, and begin planning to join Musicians Abroad as we explore Europe. We are always looking for qualified faculty members. A Musicians Abroad tour takes staff members to several European countries with time for sightseeing, local culture, shopping, and cuisine. Planes, trains, coaches, and possibly ships will be utilized during the tour. Our faculty is made up of the top music directors from the area. Musicians Abroad selects educators with proven success and a commitment to encouraging students to be their best. From recruiting and nominating performers to instructing and performing next to them in concerts overseas, being a Musicians Abroad faculty member will be one of the most rewarding experiences of your career. Musicians Abroad coordinators make our trips successful. Our state and regional coordinators are the lifeline to a Musicians Abroad group. They assist in recruiting staff members, conductors, and faculty. From securing rehearsal facilities and camp locations to attending informational meetings with prospective performers and parents, a coordinator leads the charge, both in the States and overseas. The journey begins early and finishes with the knowledge that our ensembles represented their communities with pride. Contact us today to learn more about being a performer, faculty, or staff member, or area coordinator. Since 2015, Heart of America has been hosting performance events for the finest choirs in iconic cities across the United States. We've become the leader in professionally produced educational experiences for performers and fans alike. Located in family-friendly entertainment megas, HOA festivals light up the stage so your star can shine bright. But a Heart of America event isn't only about glitz and glamour. We are committed to sharing the love with random acts of kindness by cheering on our competitors and through philanthropic endeavors like our partnership with the Thirst Project. Each year, with a matching gift from Music Travel Consultants, we are committed to building a freshwater well for a village in Eswatini, Africa, guaranteeing a lifetime of drinkable water for that community. Want more information? Or you can donate now at www.hoachoir.com/thirst. At Heart of America, we deliver a competitive landscape perfect for beginning choirs and national champions alike. Think you've got what it takes to perform on a national stage? Contact us today to begin your journey to a top-notch, affordable, and once-in-a-lifetime performance destination. Heart of America, where our heart beats for you.
At Dance Sophisticates, the passion to tell your story is behind every design we create. We are proud to announce our latest show choir catalog, featuring quality apparel that won't require expensive alterations. Every one of our made-to-order costumes is patterned and constructed in the USA. You can rest assured that each garment will arrive to your school safely, and with each performer's name and measurements printed clearly on the tag. Visit dancesoft.com for details.
You're an educator who believes that hands-on experience is one of the best ways to learn. You deserve a 5-star, highly respected travel company focused solely on teachers and educational travel. A travel company that is led by accomplished teachers and scholastic advocates who know how to move student groups of all sizes to destinations and events. You deserve the professionals from Educational Destinations. Contact us today to begin your next amazing adventure. A Musicians Abroad tour is a life-changing experience for all on the trip. Musicians Abroad supports the performance dreams of both vocal and instrumental secondary student musicians in states and regions across the United States. Collegiate and secondary music educators, along with student performers, come together for a multi-day rehearsal workshop. During that time, ensembles receive top-notch instruction while getting to know other members of the group. At the end of this intensive training, the students, faculty, and staff depart on their multi-week, once-in-a-lifetime European performance tour. Membership in a Musicians Abroad performing group is through nomination by the students' music teachers. Selection criteria is focused not only on musical excellence as a performer, but equally on the students' character and leadership skills. Are you ready to be an international performer? Imagine meeting new friends from throughout your state or region, all with incredible talents and, like you, a love of music. Ensemble members spend a few days working diligently to hone their abilities while learning to perform with their peers. Then you're off on a multi-week adventure to several countries, performing in amazing venues. You'll create lifelong friendships while experiencing European cuisine, different cultures, and incredible performance opportunities. Stop imagining, start practicing. Talk to your music ensemble director and begin planning to join Musicians Abroad as we explore Europe. We are always looking for qualified faculty members. A Musicians Abroad tour takes staff members to several European countries with time for sightseeing, local culture, shopping, and cuisine. Planes, trains, coaches, and possibly ships will be utilized during the tour. Our faculty is made up of the top music directors from the area. Musicians Abroad selects educators with proven success and a commitment to encouraging students to be their best. From recruiting and nominating performers to instructing and performing next to them in concerts overseas, being a Musicians Abroad faculty member will be one of the most rewarding experiences of your career. Musicians Abroad coordinators make our trips successful. Our state and regional coordinators are the lifeline to a Musicians Abroad group. They assist in recruiting staff members, conductors, and faculty. From securing rehearsal facilities and camp locations to attending informational meetings with prospective performers and parents, a coordinator leads the charge, both in the States and overseas. The journey begins early and finishes with the knowledge that our ensembles represented their communities with pride. Contact us today to learn more about being a performer, faculty or staff member, or area coordinator. Since 2015, Heart of America has been hosting performance events for the finest choirs in iconic cities across the United States. We've become the leader in professionally produced educational experiences for performers and fans alike. Located in family-friendly entertainment meccas, HOA festivals light up the stage so your star can shine bright. But a Heart of America event isn't only about glitz and glamour. We are committed to sharing the love with random acts of kindness by cheering on our competitors and through philanthropic endeavors like our partnership with the Thirst Project. Each year, with a matching gift from Music Travel Consultants, we are committed to building a freshwater well for a village in Eswatini, Africa, guaranteeing a lifetime of drinkable water for that community. Want more information? Or you can donate now at www.hoachoir.com/thirst. At Heart of America, we deliver a competitive landscape perfect for beginning choirs and national champions alike. Think you've got what it takes to perform on a national stage? Contact us today to begin your journey to a top-notch, affordable, and once-in-a-lifetime performance destination. Heart of America, where our heart beats for you.
What's going on, Nashville? How are we doing today? We can do a little better. How are we doing today? Come on. Good. Hope we're all well fed after lunch. Welcome back to the competition. Thank you guys so much for being here with us. It's been a great day so far. Let's keep that energy up. All right. I just want to say thank you to all of our sponsors. Thank you to our amazing stage team, to Ball State for being our wonderful host group. So just give a hand for everybody that's making this event possible today. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's get started. Greenfield Central High School's only show choir, Legacy, is in its 5th year of competition. This year's show is entitled Heroes and uses the comic book concept of superheroes to explore societal norms and expectations, encouraging all of us to follow our own path. Legacy is directed by Paul Grizzard, choreographed by Elizabeth Orr, and features backdrop artwork by Bianca Clark. Please help me welcome Greenfield Central Legacy.
I ain't gonna break for that. I'm a Wonder Woman. I ain't gonna take all that. I'm a Wonder Woman. That'll get you nowhere. You don't wanna see what happens when I get provoked. See me spin around, see me swing my golden rope. Oh, I got power. I see signs. They shouting, honey, watch her behind. They can't catch me, 'cause I'm too strong. They want what I got, never leaving me alone. I ain't gonna break, I'm a Wonder Woman. I ain't gonna take all that, I'm a Wonder Woman. You don't wanna go there, trying to confuse me, say I need you when I know I don't. Go on and try me, you can't catch me, you just blow and smoke.
Wanna fight with everyone else. Your masquerade. I don't wanna be a part of your parade. Everyone deserves a chance to walk with everyone else while holding down a job to keep my girl around. Baby needs some protection, but I'm a kid like everyone else.
Where you wanna go, how much you wanna risk. I'm not looking for somebody with some superhuman gift, some superhero, some fairy tale bliss. Just somebody I can turn to, somebody I can kiss. I want something just like this. Like this. Something just like this. Like this. Let me go. I don't wanna be your hero. I
wanna be the big one. I just wanna fight like everyone else.
We are back, everybody. Finished with the lunch break. First group in the afternoon block is done. That was Greenfield Central Legacy with their performance about heroes.
Yeah.
A lot to dig into. I'm sure we'll dig into all sorts of things. But one of the things we should start right off the bat with, and we were talking about this towards the end, when we look at a program, we're looking for fundamentals and some of the cultural things that were in place. We jumped right into the fact that those numbers were balanced. Hannah, you want to jump in with where that conversation was?
The first thing that I noticed, like you said, was the ratio of tenor and basses and sopranos and altos, and that is such a good indicator of a strong, thriving culture in the classroom, which is like the number one thing. Like, you can be great at singing and dancing, but if the culture in the classroom isn't top 10, then what are you doing it for? And that's one thing that I love to see as a teacher and a show choir fan, is when you can tell the students on the stage are enjoying themselves and encouraging each other in those performances. It just makes the energy in the room elevate even more as they, they have these outstanding vocal moments, outstanding choreography moments that are made even sweeter by the love that you see on them.
That was one of my favorite things, and I even said it, just watching the faces of these performers. Yeah. Truly, they were all enthusiastic. They all were engaged, and they really were buying into what the show was about and that storyline. But what I loved the most is oftentimes your tenor and bass voices sometimes can lack in choral programs in the high school level. And to see all the tenor and bass voices there to be heard, but also to see everything being done 100% full out. I mean, they're from every dancer they were hitting, their facial expressions were there. That was something that I really liked, because sometimes the guys oftentimes, and not all groups are like this, but sometimes when you're looking for a weak moment, sometimes a lot of the guys aren't fully into it. They're not fully buying into the show. They're not fully buying into the whole show choir thing, right? They're, hey, we need some guys to join show choir, And so that's one of my favorite things, is that all these guys, I mean, they crushed it with that costume change, with the flying of Superman in the back of the thing. It was little details like that that really spoke to, I think, the overall choral program at Greenfield Central.
And I think we'll definitely get into some of those X's and O's of the performance, but I do want to jump right into the arrangements, the pop selections that they used and how they chose to set them. I never heard the Beatles tune Help set that way. I never heard the Chainsmokers tune set that way in a ballad. What did you think about some of those arrangements?
I really loved the moment, because I thought, okay, what are they going to do for a ballad? Because it was that high energy hero theme. I'm like, what are they going to do? And as soon as you hear that song, I'm like,
there goes my hero.
And I'm like, thank you. That was it was a cool moment to slow it down, but to say we can now really showcase those voices, but still go in line with all that. And so I'm like, are they going to have enough songs that pertain to hero, to be able to carry this through? And they did, and it was awesome all the way through.
Going off what you were saying about the ballad, what I wrote down in the ballad, the male soloist, I really wanted to commend the fact that he took up the whole stage. Oftentimes in show choir, you'll have like, okay, everybody's got to go off for a costume change, and so we have to fill that time with some solos or some, some smaller focused individuals. And oftentimes you get show choirs where they're just standing and they have wonderful voices, but they're just standing in their blocking, they're walking, from point A to point B and taking up, that's it. He was really confident about working the stage, making choices. I always love to see that, the confidence that it takes to make a choice and do it. And as an audience member, I'm following, I'm looking.
And he sounded great, too. Yeah, he really sat in that pocket and just was like, I can sing, I can dance, I can perform. So great job on his part, too.
Yeah, it was a nice moment of self-actualization where, like, I'm going to be my own hero. Like, they're just going to continue to work that hero vibe all the way to they're self-sufficient. So now, as we get into kind of the nuts and bolts of the show, one thing I didn't see coming, they had that screen at the end of the first number, and I was like, okay.
You weren't expecting that?
I was not expecting a screen to remove with a wall of Superman. Copyright appropriate superheroes.
Some super gentlemen. Super gentlemen.
Yo, that was great.
It was a good surprise moment. I knew that's what was going to happen, because that's what happens oftentimes. If you're going to do an onstage costume change and I don't see them
I didn't see it. It got me.
It got Caleb. It got Caleb. But that is the whole point, right? But it was that larger-than-life moment, though, where they revealed it back, and all of them were standing there ready to go. It was a really cool moment, especially if you weren't going to expect it coming.
I enjoyed it. Okay, so now we have all of the shows going. What are some other those details, those X's and O's things that you noticed that were really adding texture and depth to the performance?
You know, I would say just the diversity in blocking. There were a lot of blocking changes happening that I think really add to whatever story you're trying to tell. You can always further that story with blocking, whether it's something as simple like you mentioned, like the flying that happens at the end of it. That's a blocking choice at the end of the day, and I think utilizing those, you know, those things is really essential to elevating a show. I also really liked the partner work that happened in the closer. I think that is a really unique, and I mean, not necessarily unique, but a welcome.
And the way they did it
addition,
too. It wasn't partner work done by the entire choir on that, in that closer specifically. It was the row in the front. There was about 6 to 8 couples. And so you could really focus in on what was happening there. And I love a partner work moment. They did a really great job at having that balance between the partner work in the front, but also the rest of the chorus in the back wasn't just standing there singing.
Correct.
They also were doing their choreography to it. It was complementing each other really well. And I was like, partner work, love it, check.
It wasn't just a hullabaloo of choreography.
Right.
It was very organized. You could tell it was going. It was layered, so you knew right where to look. And then so you have all of that going at the end, and then all of it drops out for their big, you know, a cappella final little tag at the very end. I thought it was pretty tasteful and well paced.
Yeah, I
love it.
Great
show. So we are now in the open show choir division. That was the first group. The next group is going to be New Hope High School, their group Take One. Then we have a bit of a break, and then we go to the championship show choir division. So lots of show choir to come up, a lot of big hitters coming up too, a lot of names that you're all going to recognize. Then we advance 5 of these groups to the evening performance, so lots of show choir going. Make sure you're following on all the social medias. Just search HOA Choir. You can also hashtag HOA Nashville, so that way we can all follow along on your social media too. Just a couple minutes till the next group. They're going on at 1:20. So we'll send it back out to the hall and catch you up later for a little more show choir.
Hey, 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 how we doing? All right, who wants to see some more show choir? Do we want to see some more show choir? All right, all right. Directed by Molly Phillips, the Take One Show Choir is from New Hope High School in Columbus, Mississippi, under the direction of Molly Phillips. Choreography is by Isabella Allison, Marley Tollison, Cade Blanchard, assisted by Miss Grace Massey, and the student director assistant is Catherine Fleming. The time is now. Time to grow, time to give, time to love, as Take One Show Choir presents Time. let's hear it one more time for New Hope High School, take one. As you leave the auditorium, please make sure you exit to the right. The doors in the back are for entrance only. We'll be right back after this break.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Box 5 studio here in Nashville, Heart of America 2025 season. This is the first show of that 2025 season. We are in the middle of our afternoon block here of prelims. Just finished watching New Hope High School's group Take One. A very energetic performance. The first thing I wrote down was high energy, specifically through the use of choreography. And I know that we were nerding out about that a minute. What did you have on that?
Yeah, we were. Something I really liked is there wasn't a whole lot of different blocking changes, but the choreography was still very interesting, and it was so clean.
So clean.
If you're going to have not a lot of fancy footwork, which there was some of that, there was a nice little balance. What I loved is that when they were doing their, and I don't even like to say easier because it wasn't easy choreography, but when they're doing those less intricate movements, those have to be on point. And theirs were. Their lines were hit at the perfect time. Their spacing was perfect on stage. They hit every choreography moment. You can really tell that they took a lot of time cleaning in a mirror and saying, your arm is just a little too high, bring it down a little, because everybody, when you looked at it, it was that unison choreography that you love to see in a group. Tremendous job with that.
There was not a finger out of place that entire show. Like you said, you can tell they spent a lot of time in front of the mirrors because everything was pristine. You could take a picture at any point of the show and everybody's in the exact same position.
And honestly, that's one of the hardest things for choirs to do because you have a couple of different things that go into play. You have the risers, for one. You have different heights of all of your students, and so that's why it's so important to clean in front of the mirror so that you can say, hey, you're a few inches taller than everybody else. You got to drop it low just a little bit more. It didn't matter what everyone's height was. It was honestly, it was one of my favorite things to see because it was aesthetically pleasing. You're watching it and you're like, oh, I love this. It's just a sea of the same stuff happening. It was awesome.
And it was a high volume of movement, too. There was a lot of, what we would say in the band world, individual responsibility, because all those movements were basically unison, so every single person in the group had to do it the exact same way. A lot of 8 counts, a lot of remembering which after this, after which sequence. So impressive just from the physical coordination of it all. And then on top of that, we get to the music of it all. And we spent a lot of time talking about the arrangement for this group. Now, the last group happened to have a lot of basses and tenors. This group did not, which poses some interesting challenge. And from the choir director perspective, what are those challenges and how did this group overcome those challenges?
You know, one of the things as a choir director that you have to keep in mind is making sure that the repertoire that you're picking is suitable for the ensemble that you have and making them the most successful. And I think that's one of the strengths that this group had is that they're specifically in the ballad. I think the arrangement that they had was just sat in such a perfect range for them. You know, we didn't have this. A lot of times when you're working with a soprano, alto, tenor, bass choir, your instinct is to highlight each 4 of those voice parts, you know, tenors and bass and the treble clef, you know, and they were doing that, but in a way that was more this way than this way, if that makes sense. You know, we had stage left or stage right, and that maybe that's not exactly how they had it divided, but there were textures that were coming in that were all across the vocal spectrum, if you will. And I think it was just really, really beautiful. This choir sings in unison really beautifully. I think that there is a really nice unified blend happening, whether it's their vocals or the way that they're projecting and using the dynamics. I think they just had a really, really beautiful whole sound together.
You know, as I was listening to the ballad, certainly the best
the ballad was just so
It was the moment
Beautiful.
of their show.
It
That was the
truly,
moment
I
of their
loved the
show.
ballad.
And
Yeah.
for the record, I did call. I said, if we don't get time after time,
You
I'm going to
did.
be so upset.
You did. And then as
Yeah.
soon as it started playing,
So
check.
this is why I am now a show choir expert. So I correctly predicted the
wait, say it
repertoire.
one more time. Say it one more
I'm
time.
the
This
show
is now
choir
why
expert.
what?
I'm a show choir expert. And I
Ladies
said,
and gentlemen.
we're going to have time after time, but then for it to be legitimately the moment of the ballad because of the arrangement.
Right.
And you have those altos who were essentially providing so much depth to the sound.
Oh.
Very musically enjoyable. And I was like, okay, good for them. Good for that
Yeah.
group.
It was a moment where your ears perk up just a bit. You know, it's that you got that sweet, like, warm feeling from the perfect blend of the voices. But then you also were having soloists, and you were also having, I mean, you're having these moments of just like, everything is just melting. Like, it was
Yes.
just melting together beautifully.
It felt like a warm hug. I think, too, from a show design aspect, you know, not even for the sake of the storyline or the theme, but just for the sake of, like, this is such a familiar song to people in the audience, and that's a tricky thing to do when you're, you know, in terms of arrangements, because sometimes you have a well-loved song.
And you can't change it.
Exactly, and then an arrangement, like, doesn't do justice to the original, and then everybody's sitting there like, well, it was nice, but I kind of like the
OG.
original. But that, no, I love that. I would listen to that just as much as the original. I
Right.
loved it.
Yeah, they checked all the boxes. It was familiar. It sounded good. It was a quality arrangement. It was paced well. So everything about that went
Right.
well.
Yeah.
All right, so we do have a bit of a break. Our next groups, we start the championship show choir division.
Yep.
All right, we start that division at 2:15 with Brierwood Christian School, Radica, and then we move on to some other groups, Jackson Prep, Indianola, and Hurricane, with some groups and some performances that we've been anticipating all day. So lots of show choir coming up, a bit of a brief break. Take that opportunity to go ahead and follow us on all the socials. Just search for HOA Choir. Make sure that you're using hashtag HOA Nashville if you're a social media posting along the way today also. Bit of a brief break. We'll be back at 2:15 for a little more show choir.
At Dance Sophisticates, the passion to tell your story is behind every design we create. We are proud to announce our latest show choir catalog, featuring quality apparel that won't require expensive alterations. Every one of our made-to-order costumes is patterned and constructed in the USA. You can rest assured that each garment will arrive to your school safely, and with each performer's name and measurements printed clearly on the tag. Visit dancesoft.com for details.
You're an educator who believes that hands-on experience is one of the best ways to learn. You deserve a 5-star, highly respected travel company focused solely on teachers and educational travel. A travel company that is led by accomplished teachers and scholastic advocates who know how to move student groups of all sizes to destinations and events. You deserve the professionals from Educational Destinations. Contact us today to begin your next amazing adventure.
Hey guys, it is Caitlin Kendall, and we are alongside the Damon Brown, show choir aficionado. Those of you watching at home likely know Damon, choreography extraordinaire, but also Damon does so much work with the Thirst Project. And we always love to talk about that here at Heart of America because it's such a special moment for the Thirst Project. For people who don't know what it is, I'm sure so many people do, but Damon, tell me a little bit about the Thirst Project and what the charity is that you guys are changing lives for.
Sure. Well, basically, Thirst Project has a very close tie to the show choir community because we were founded in 2008 by a show choir kid, 19 years old at the time, now 37, from Indiana named Seth Maxwell. He was a graduate of Franklin Central High School, as were you.
My alma mater.
That's right. And I was both of your show choir choreographers. And anyway, Seth graduated, and he found out about the global water crisis and decided to activate young people around the United States, now the world, to change lives through the basic human right of clean water, which over 700 million people lack access to right now.
And you guys are going into these communities with the help of all these show choir kids and families, and just this persona with the show choir community coming together and wrapping their arms around the Thirst Project. And you guys have already made such a difference in so many people's lives in all of these countries who don't have something that we all take for granted. We all don't think about it when we get up in the morning, we brush our teeth, or we take a shower, or we get a glass of water from the sink. So many of these countries don't have the opportunity to do that. Can you share about why the need is so important that Thirst Project comes into these communities and they're drilling these freshwater wells and they're making a difference? A health difference. We're not just talking about changing lives.
We're talking about life and death.
Yes.
Life and death. Well, I've been to Africa 3 times, been to about 30 communities in the African nation of Eswatini, which used to be called Swaziland. We also work in Kenya. We also do a lot of work. We're actually in the field right now, as I speak, in El Salvador in Central America. But there are over 700 million people on Earth that their daily life includes picking up a filthy jerry can, filthy because the water that folks have to wash with is contaminated. It is unprotected. It is shared with cattle, livestock, goats, donkeys that defecate and urinate in the water. Well, these water sources, streams and ponds and earth dams and literal holes in the ground, are the only source that people have. So they walk to this water, they get
carry the jugs with the water.
They carry the jugs, sometimes 1.5 miles to 3 miles one way every single day of their lives. Well, they drink the water. The water's filled with parasites, which cause things like diarrhea, dysentery, cholera, schistosomiasis, which makes you urinate blood. And there are some people whose immune systems will adjust and they can live a normal life. There are a lot of people, the majority of people, that basically live every single day of their lives with stomach disorders. They live 50 years.
That's their normal.
With their normal. And then there are thousands of people every single day that they drink this water. It causes organ failure because we all have different immune systems that compensate either adequately or inadequately. Well, people's organs will shut down and thousands of people die every single day from something that we have 15 sources of in our home. We have sinks, we have water in the fridge, water in the garage, water that we have in bottles, we have sinks, we have hoses, we have showers, we have bathtubs, we have washing machines.
Easily accessible.
And people just don't realize how precious and really what a blessing it is that we have this right that so many others don't.
Can you talk about the show choir community's impact on the Thirst Project? Because Heart of America always does a big push. They do the big Miracle Minute where everybody here in Nashville is going to raise money and funds for the Thirst Project. Speak about the impact, though, that the show choir community has really had on the Thirst Project and allowing you guys to drill all of these freshwater wells.
Right. Well, we've drilled over 4,000 wells in 13 countries for over 700,000 people. Thirst Project charity-wide has raised over $15 million since 2008. The show choir community became very involved in 2017, and Heart of America was one of the places where we kicked off our, what we call Show Choirs for Thirst, now Performing Arts for Thirst, which in fact is just simply part of Thirst Project. But the show choir community has raised over $600,000 doing these miracle minutes to give over 25,000 people clean water for a lifetime.
Forever.
And I've been able, I've got my tattoos and stuff from communities that I've been blessed to go and participate in the building of some of these wells. And I've seen things that have both broken my heart. I've literally seen people dying, literally seen people in the process of dying from tainted water. And I've also seen the exact opposite of that spectrum. Hundreds of people dancing and screaming and praying and singing and just absolutely blown away, thinking that clean water would never come into their communities. I remember one place that I was on my first trip in 2016. There was this older man that we started to pump. We built the well. We started to pump the well. The water came out, and the man jumped back. And we were like, and we thought it was because he was surprised to see water coming out. That wasn't it. He thought that water was supposed to be brown. He didn't know that water in its natural state is clear. And he saw that. We explained to him, no, that the brown is what means it's dirty. The clear means it's not dirty. And then he tasted it, and he was basically like, I never knew water tasted like this. It is so delicious. I never knew that it could feel like such a refreshing thing. And so, yeah. And so basically, there are about 40 competitions nationwide this year involved in show choirs for Thirst doing miracle minutes. And two specific things about Heart of America and music travel consultants that I want to say. Number one, every dollar that is given at Heart of America events here and in Orlando and in LA this year, New York next year, Heart of America Music Travel Consultants matches it dollar for dollar. We raised $2,000 here today. It becomes $4,000 like that.
Wow.
The second thing is, due to the fact that Heart of America has raised with those donors and matched over $70,000 since 2017, Heart of America has done that. They received our Board of Governors Award last year at our gala in Los Angeles. And we were able to thank them, and we were able to recognize them. And Ryan Morris and Dan Baker were both there to accept the award. They both walked the red carpet, and they were like, what is
We're
this?
awesome.
Where am I? And, and there were people from Lance Bass from NSYNC was there. And Taylor Swift, one of Taylor Swift's best friends was there. And the music travel consultants people were like, I can't believe that we're walking this red carpet. But it was so cool because they got to tell their story, and they got recognition that they do not seek, but that they deserve.
Yeah, and so many people, who are watching the live stream aren't here. They're not going to be able to participate in that Miracle Minute. How can they, if they're watching and they think, I want to help with Thirst Project, I want to get in on this, I want to help, save and change these lives. What can they do at home if they're watching this live stream?
Well, very simply, if you are a director or a choreographer and you would like for your school to get involved with us, it does not cost you a penny. It takes literally no preparation. It is copying off a few QR codes, gathering some hats or sacks or baskets that people can collect in. It does not cost you any money of a fundraiser. It is not political. It is not religious in nature. It is purely humanitarian. People are thirsty. We see that. We help them get water. And so there's nothing political about the movement. There's nothing religious about the movement. It is purely humanitarian. It is a completely, in a world full of controversy, it's a non-controversial subject.
Right.
Find me somebody that thinks people don't deserve clean water. I'll find you a monster.
Right. Right.
And so if people would like to get their show choir involved, whether it's competitive or a spring concert, a fall concert, a musical, a band concert, they can write to me at Damon, D-A-M-O-N, Damon B, at thirstproject.org. Damon B at thirstproject.org, or they can simply reach out. I'm the easiest person to find on Facebook in America because I'm always posting about Thirst Project and show choirs. So they can reach out to me in a private message, and I'll just get them the information.
Right.
It's an announcement or the playing of a short video. People give if they want, they don't if they don't want. and lives are saved. Every $25 we raise gives one person clean water for life. If people would be interested in just being a part of this as a family or a business or a church, we do have churches that participate, even though it's not a religious charity, or their business or whatever, community group. They can reach out to me in the same way. Right there is where you can give. HO acquired, yep, that's it. And if you'd like to donate there, and simply in the comment box, just write the word heart or HOA, so we know where it came from, because we have events.
And then the matching and all the other things that are happening.
Yes, because if you give $25 by credit card today through this site, but you don't put that it's from HOA, it doesn't get doubled.
Matched, right?
Yeah.
Oh, well, you guys are doing tremendous work, and we love, obviously, partnering with you guys here at Heart of America. And the work that you guys are doing, you guys are changing lives. It's certainly nowhere near where it can be and where it could go. So excited for you guys. And make sure you check out that website. And we do want you to know we have more show choir coming. 2:15, Brierwood Christian School is going to kick off our championship show choir division. So excited for that. But the QR code is on your screen right now for the Thirst Project, and you can check it all out.
Thank you. Yay. Thank you so much. That was awesome.
Good afternoon, Nashville. How we doing today? All right, all right. I didn't even have to ask twice. Good, I like it, I like it. What a wonderful show it's been. It's been a great day here. Let's give it up for all of our sponsors, everybody that has made this day possible. You all, parents, teachers, directors, choreographers, students, everybody involved. Just a reminder that the first 2 rows are reserved for the performing choir. I don't think we have a problem right now, but just as the day goes on. We do here at HOA award a best soloist, and that is not gender specific, so keep that in mind. All groups will be awarded at the end of the night, not at the end of prelims, at the end of the night after finals. So make sure you stick around, even if your group does not perform in finals. And one last announcement. Please make sure that we are exiting to the right of the auditorium instead of the back. That is the entrance, that is the exit. We good? All right, all right. Let's get moving. Radica from Brierwood Christian School is comprised... They are comprised of 49 singer-dancers. They are directed by Ms. Casey Mixon and Taylor Meredith. Choreography by Matthew Murphy and musical arrangements by Aaron Smith and Garrett Breeze. Their band is under the direction of Joel Mixon, and they have 12 student musicians and 6 adult musicians. If everything you touch turned to gold, would all your dreams come true, or would it instead be your worst nightmare? This is the legend of King Midas, a man who had everything and still wanted more. His golden gift transformed into a curse of greed and ultimately made him question, will he ever be satisfied? Presenting their 2025 production, Midas. Ladies and gentlemen, Radica.
others. Sitting on his throne, don't leave him alone, he loves the attention. When his gift arrived, he could not deny it, he wanted power. Minutes feeling hours. Got some magic touch, never have enough, now he's all alone with the gift of his life. Everything that he touched can now turn to gold in plain sight. He don't need no light to make it shine. In your golden hour, oh, you slow down time. In your golden
What y'all trying to do? 24-karat magic in the air. Ain't no
Pop, pop, it's showtime. Showtime. Guess who's back again? Oh, they don't know? They don't know? But they know as soon as we walk in. Wearing Cuban links, designer minks, Inglewood finest shoes. Don't look too hard, might hurt yourself. Known to get the color red, the blues. Oh, shoot.
What y'all trying to do? 24-karat magic in the air. 24 carats, 24 karat magic. 24 carats, 24 karat magic. Go miners! 24 carats, 24 karat magic. Let's go!
Gold is in my system, running through my veins. Always making ends meet, working for the fame. Living on the ground, I'm the shining head. Do it for my own self, do it 'cause I can. Hey, just for my love. Give me the world, all for my despair. Oh, oh, don't be resist. I love to live. I'm really a simple touch for it. My is victorious.
Guess you figured my 2 times 2 always equates to one. Dreamers are selfish when it all comes down to it. I hope when you come back to remind me of who I was, when it all disappears into that good night. Taking it all for us
Taking it all for us. 100,000 eyes staring back, and all around these golden beacons, I see nothing but black. I feel the weight of something beyond, and I don't see what I could feel. If vision is my only validation, then most of my life isn't real. If you're not really here, I don't want to be either. I want to be next to you. Black and gold, black and gold, black and
You're not really here. I don't want to be either.
I want to be next to you. Black and gold, black and gold. Black and gold.
There is beauty that can lead into temptation, and there are voices that will call me far away. But I have found in your surrender my salvation, and in your love I've come to find a resting place. Yes, in your love I've come to find a resting place. My heart, your throne. This life belongs to you and you alone. And let there be no divide, and only you may my soul be satisfied. Once there was a way to get back homeward. You'll never be satisfied. Once there was a way to get back home. So, darling, do not cry, and I will sing a lullaby. Smiles awake you when you rise. So be pretty, darling, do not cry, and I will sing a lullaby.
Carry that weight a long time. Boy, gonna carry that weight a long time.
Oh, you're gonna carry that weight.
Carry that weight a long time.
Oh, you're gonna carry that weight a long time. And I will sing a lullaby. And I will sing my heart, your throne.
This life belongs to you and you alone. Let there be
the show that we filmed on our phones and taking photos for pretend magazines.
I don't want silver, don't want the bronze. I won't play party, I'll play the bronze. Every time I see a shiny thing on the screen, I think, hey, maybe that could be me. Everybody's running, running after something golden, golden. We won't stop running till we get that something golden, golden.
We are officially in the championship show choir division. We have hit the ground running, everybody. Welcome back into the Box 5 studio. I'm Caleb Schumann with my colleagues here, Caitlin Kendall and Hannah Johnson, also on the panel. Where do we even start with that group? Because there's just so much to dive into. The group had so much. They had all the riz, the swagger. They were
Riz.
He
like, just.
Listen,
this just in.
it was
Our 40-year-old panelist.
40. Okay.
He's not actually 40, but he's
35.
the old one on the group.
There's so much to jump into and digest. So where do we want to start?
Okay, actually, it's so funny you said so much. I start so much to look at, and I circled it, and my notes are like, I read this, I read this, I read this. Let's just start with what I have at the top. Soloists.
Every single one is a top contender for the Caption Award this evening. Like, I don't envy the judges to have to pick one.
I was
Only
thinking,
one?
I was truly thinking, wow, I am so glad I am not choosing who's going to Show Choir Camps of America. If you do not know, the best soloist of the day, who's chosen by the judges, the whole collective group of judges have to pick the same person, is going to Show Choir Camps of America over the summer. I don't know how they're going to pick because first off, the vocal soloists in this show, how does a group have that many performers and to be able to have that many in your choir, in your choral department, and to be able to say, look what we have, look what we have. It's like, here's all of our fruits, and here they are. And I was truly blown away, but not even just the vocal soloist, the soloist that was, the visual soloist throughout that entire show. He was the king. He was, oh my God, the swag that he had, truly, I was like, this is not a high schooler. There is no way, truly. He bought into it, which is so important when you have a show and you're going to have a character. You're going to have a person who's kind of the center or the focal point of your show. You have to buy into it. Good job, buddy. I mean, you bought into it from the beginning.
King Midas, he had the riz from that very first moment
Now
he walked on. And to be fair, I wrote King Midas has riz.
She really did.
He completed his riz homework, let me tell you. Because, and especially like what you were saying, like the soloist carries so much in this performance. And then he comes in there and he's carrying the whole show and doing an amazing, amazing job. What an outstanding
stunts,
performer.
And you had flips, and you had intricate footwork, and even just, the choreography as a whole. I think I literally wrote intricate. I said something about how intricate that the choreography was, but it was exciting at the same time, and it was clean at the same time. There was a lot going on. There was a lot to look at, and even though that was happening and the choreography was so difficult in so many moments, I'm like, oh, they were punching it,
nailing it,
but they were nailing it. I'm like, this choreography is so hard, and when you have difficult choreography and difficult footwork on top of trying to be clean, it's really hard to marry the two, and they did a tremendous job.
Every single soloist, if we're going to keep going on down this soloist rabbit hole, because they had just a lot of options to choose from. After the first soloist, Caitlin goes, "Oh man, that's a contender for the soloist of the event." And then like the next 2 or 3 soloists come up, and I'm like, "What about these soloists?"
Because all of them.
Okay, if you remember, the all women's group from the same school, the ballad soloist, we were like, that ballad soloist. She had a solo in the show
she
too.
Had 2 solos.
I recognized you, girl. Don't you worry. You crushed it again.
Yeah.
So we get then, okay, so let's now start talking about some of the individual numbers here. Golden Hour, that soloist opens up, gorgeous, and then we get the full ensemble moment with this thick, rich choral texture.
Honestly, I have no words. Truly, he can go, that soloist from the beginning of that song, his runs, his tone, his vocal quality, his control, I would go and watch him.
But he also
in a show live. I would buy a concert ticket.
He also made it his own, where it wasn't just like the song that we hear on the radio. There were some nuances that you could tell intentionally. I'm going to do it this way. This is my interpretation. But it also still kept the vibe. Like that was art. That was an artistic impression, and I thought it was really tasteful.
Yes.
I loved it.
I think from a story development or storyline and kind of show designing aspect, what I really loved about that number was beneath this incredible solo, the blocking, as you notice, King Midas, he's got that chest where he opens it up and there's a light inside. So not only are we getting the storyline for him kind of discovering this power, all around him you've got this circle of girl dancers. I talk a lot about the blocking being just as integral part of the storytelling as anything else. And, it draws your focus right to where we need to see him, not being distracted at all by the intense and incredible solo happening all on top of it. Like every last detail, every last layer was just
Hannah, you talked about the blocking all the way from the beginning. The first note that I had was the contrasting colors with the costume choice really accentuated the blocking and how clean they were. We were all right here, and I'm like, guys, look at the monitor right here. Because where we are right here, you can't see that overall broad picture from the side here. But when you see that wide angle on this view on the monitor, I'm like, guys, look at that. The way that they were able to contrast the blocking and show we have our blocking down, we know where we're supposed to stand, and here's these white suit jackets with this salmon coral colored dress
with the cape. The first thing I wrote is nothing hits like a cape.
It accentuated the blocking, and it wasn't just your traditional blocking. Their blocking was, it had shapes, it had dimension, it had, it was honestly, a tremendous job by everyone, and all the way down to, I mean, you're talking about the blocking and the performances, even just, and I know we've already talked about the soloist, but I did want to give a little shout out to the soloist that was rapping. It's so hard to have a soloist going to rap, because everyone's always like, okay, you're rapping. He did a great job,
He did such a good job. Also has Riz.
Riz was high.
You have to have
Was
the
high.
Riz in this group was very high.
And,
was very, very
and
high.
I don't want the other choral members to be forgotten, because truly, when there was a whole choral moment and there wasn't soloist happening, every single person, I mean, there was people crying during the ballad, so into what they're singing and talking about. I literally wrote performers/facials like nothing I've seen. Truly, everyone bought into it. It didn't matter if they weren't a soloist, because they were still owning their moment and owning where they were. Every single person in that, regardless of if they had a solo or not, they all were owning the performance, and it really, I think, translated out into the audience.
Yes, especially in the ballad. The ballad, again, incredible soloist.
Yet again.
But beneath that, this is where we get into the nitty-gritty of a scoring sheet. You know, on the score sheet are things like phrasing, musicality, diction, enunciation, dynamics. Like right from the get-go, as soon as the choir entered, it was beauty.
When they said the word satisfied, they were like, satisfied.
Yes.
And I'm like,
and the mashup of like the songs happening together, like I think that arrangement was just, it was made for them.
okay, you're talking about arrangement. I know, we're like really hitting heavy on all this. The arrangement, because first off, we were in the first half of the show before the ballad, and I'm like, is this their closer? And I'm like, wait, we haven't even had the ballad yet. What is happening?
Very enjoyable.
Truly, that second number with the male mashup,
Yes.
with the 7-song, the arrangement of that all-male group during that first costume change, I'm like, oh my God. And they were owning it, and they were crushing it. And I'm like, the arrangement of that piece, it had so many moments where I recognized that song, but it also at the same time accentuated what they were doing.
Right.
I'm like, oh, I forgot that happened in this show, because it was so much that happened the entire time and you felt entertained the whole time. It's like when you go to a concert and you're like, what was the second song they sang? I don't know. I was having fun the whole time.
Yeah.
I enjoyed this portion. Wait, what happened?
I was too busy.
Yeah. I mean, truly.
So Hannah, as a designer, when you have a group like this, we're going through like the checkbox of all the tools at your disposal. Every tool at your compositional disposal was available. A solo moment, a duet moment, a dance break moment, a full out moment, an a cappella moment. You take your pick. What is that? I mean, they could do whatever they wanted.
You know, and that's the beauty of creative and unique show design, is that when you're working at a 10 out of 10 on all of the standards, that's when you get to have the most fun. And ultimately, that's what we want. When we want a group to, when you want your ensemble to have a lasting impact on the judges, to have a lasting impact on the audience members, your show design is an opportunity to really dive into that and find, like, what are the things that motivate your students to give in and to buy in. So much today we've talked about how these students are committing 110% to the performance, to the character, and that starts with good show design that allows them to dive into those characters and really connect to it. There was a moment, you know, around I think it was right after the ballad, or kind of in that 2/3 of the way in, where they all, you know, we're standing over here to stage
we're
right.
on stage right
We're on
right
stage
now.
right, and there's a moment where they all come this way, and I'm over here like, me?
Are they singing to us?
It felt like they were performing to us.
And because they're, you know, they're reaching and they're looking.
They were all
directly at
engaged
us.
and they were all buying into the performance.
Yeah.
Because when you're going to have a show design that has a theme, if your students are not bought into the theme, or they don't fully understand the theme, or they don't know what is the character arc here, what is happening here with this, what is my role as the performer, when they don't understand it, their facial expressions don't match. Or it's just like when your students are singing in another language and they don't know what they're saying, so they can't connect to that. These students did a really great job at connecting to the overall storyline from the beginning to the end, and using their facials and their dance moves to just accentuate it all.
Absolutely.
This is definitely a show that I want to see again.
Yes.
100%.
Yes.
And like you were saying, like, oh, I hope it's not the end. Oh, it's just the ballad. I was like, oh, stoked. We have a ballad and at least we have at least 2 more numbers left. So really enjoyable performance. Any other final thoughts about this last group? I mean,
I just think they did a tremendous job, really.
Truly.
I do hope we get to see it again, because there's so much that we didn't even get to. Like, there's more content to dive into, and I'm hoping.
I wrote a lot of notes.
My notes are all over the place because I'm like, I'm running out of room. Oh, clean lines. Oh, check. Oh, this.
I think that second
Great
read is
job.
going to be even more informative for us if we get to see it again tonight.
Yeah, and five choirs are going to make it into the finalist round. It doesn't matter what division that they were in, but 5 are going to make it tonight. So if this is any indication as to what else we're going to see today, I think it's going to be a pretty tight competition heading into finals.
Well, speaking of what we're going to see today, we're for sure going to see 4 more groups to wrap up the prelims here. Jackson Prep, Indianola, and Hurricane High School. Jackson Prep is on at 2:55, so in just a couple more minutes. Guys, the energy in the hall is increasing, and I feel like that's going to keep crescendoing until we announce the score. So we'll send it back out to the hall. Our next show choir in just a few minutes on Box 5 TV.
Yep, yep, yep. Hey, 2, yep, yep. Yes, 1, 2. A little bit more. Yes, yes, yes. 1, 2, 2, 2. Yep, yep. Hey, 2, yep, yep, yep.
Everybody give it up for Jackson Prep. Who's ready to see Jackson Prep? Come on. Revon is Jackson Prep's premier high school show choir. This year's ensemble features 39 talented singer-dancers, 13 skilled instrumentalists, and a dedicated stage crew. Last season, Revon achieved an unforgettable milestone. They won first place at the Burbank Blast in Los Angeles, California, earning Best Vocals, celebrating Evans Reynolds as the overall best performer. This season, Revon is set to compete at the Jackson Academy Show Choir Invitational, Tupelo King City Classic, Brandon Elite, and right here at HOA in Nashville. Under the expert direction of Mitchell McGinnis and Emily Waterloo, with dynamic choreography by April James, Graham Bobo, and Lane Bobo, and stunning arrangements by Wilson Smith. Dazzling costumes designed by Randy Lanou and Emily Waterloo. For decades, the legendary Zoltar has captivated carnival goers with the allure of magical fortunes and life-changing wishes. A figure of mystery and intrigue, Zoltar has inspired dreams and fueled imaginations for generations. Tonight, Revon invites you to enter a world where the extraordinary becomes reality. Step right up and witness what unfolds when your wish is granted. Ladies and gentlemen, Revon!
Which one? What's it gonna be? Wish two? Something good for you? Wish three? All you get is three. Go!
Everybody, move feet and feel united. Whoa! Everybody, move feet and feel united. Whoa! Let's go! it was my birthday, my stupid birthday.
I played along, all of your antics rolled off my back. But obviously my armor is cracked. What kind of a girlfriend goes and does that? How could you do that?
You're not living till you're living with me.
You're not living till you're living with me. This is our potential breakup song. Our album is just one. So baby, please, please tell me this is our breakup song. Please just admit you're wrong. Which will it be? Which will it be? Had the kind of love I thought that it would never end. Oh my lover, oh my other, oh my friend. We talked around in circles, yeah, we talked around, and then I loved you to the moon and back again. You gave everything, this golden glow. Turn off all the stars, 'cause this I know that it hurts like so. To let somebody go.
All the storms we weathered, every been through. But without you, what on earth am I to do? So I called the mathematicians and I asked them to explain. They said love is only equal to the pain.
Everything is going wrong. You can turn my sorrow into song. When you love somebody, oh, when you love somebody, gotta let somebody know. When you love somebody, oh, when you love somebody, gotta let somebody know.
That's just how you live
oh, take it all, but you never give. Should've known you was trouble from your first wish. Now my eyes are open, yeah, they're wide open. I give you all I have and you toss it in the trash. Toss it in the trash, you did. To give you all I have is all I ever ask. Cause what you don't understand, I'd get your grenade for ya. Throw my head on the blade for ya. I'd jump in front of the train for ya. No, I'd do anything for ya. Go through all this pain, take a bullet straight through my brain. Yes, I would die for you, baby. Do the same.
You won't do the same.
How would you do the same? How would you do the same?
You won't do the same.
How would you do the same? Oh no, 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 no.
Baby, look at me and tell me what you see. You ain't seen the best of me yet. Give me time, I'll make you forget the rest. I got more to me. You can set it free. I can catch the moon in my hand. Don't you know who I am? Remember my name. I'm gonna live forever. I'm gonna learn how to fly. I feel it coming together. People will see me and cry. I'm gonna make it to heaven. Light up the sky like a flame. I'm gonna live forever. Baby, remember my name.
It's 3:05. I'm on a roller coaster ride. I'm hoping you don't change your mind. I don't wanna let go. Never been so sure in my life.
It's 3:05. I'm on a roller coaster ride. I'm hoping you don't change your mind. I don't wanna let go. Never been so sure in my
And he will come back home, and he will come back home, home again. And he will come back home, and he will come back home, home again. From now on,
These eyes will not be blinded by the lights. Let's wait until tomorrow starts tonight. It starts tonight. Let this romance in me start. Like an anthem in my heart. From now on. From now on.
It's 3:05.
Gentlemen, please make sure you exit to the right.
We are back here in the Box 5 studio, everybody. HOA Heart of America, the 2025 season, week 1 here in Nashville at the Gaylord Opry in the Tennessee Ballroom. To get real specific here, I'm Caleb Schumann here with my colleagues, Caitlin Kendall and Hannah Johnson. We just finished watching Jackson Prep High School Revon with their wonderful performance.
We've been practicing.
Revon.
Revon, you crushed it.
Oh, they want to riff here.
No, that's it. That's all I got.
There's a lot to dive into with this group. There was a lot of things going on compositionally, arrangement-wise, musically speaking. I don't know. For me, I want to start right with the choreo because I was just smacked in the face with a lot of body movement, choreo, blocking, this big ensemble moments.
That's April James for you.
Yeah, with some April James choreography, you know it's going to be athletic, you know it's going to be precise, but you also know it's going to be quirky.
Right.
It's going to be unique, and it's going to really just continue the storyline, every little detail.
And they did a great job at executing it.
Yes.
I mean, you were blown away by just the magnitude of it, the intricacy of it. But it's one thing to be intricate and quirky and have all these things happening. It's a whole other thing to nail it, and they did a tremendous job at doing both.
It was, to me, a very maximalist type of show with
Yes.
just many bits and things as we can cram into it. Executed very well, a lot for the eyes to engage upon. All of this busyness, and then it clears out for this nice ballad moment with the potential breakup song. So I thought a nice change of pace.
Yes, I really like the storyline. I like the utilizing the Zoltar speaks, using him as a kind of coming back point to following along. There's a couple different storylines happening here, but it all revolves around this one common theme of like having your wish granted. And I like kind of following along with that throughout the storyline. So good. I thought it was so fun.
What I loved about the Zoltar thing is he slowly built as a character. At the beginning, you kind of know, oh, they're at a carnival, oh, they're this, and then I'm like, oh, wait, there's actually a student in the Zoltar thing. And oh, wait, now we're going to bring him out, and he's going to have this solo moment, and he's going to really crush it. And then we're going to do it again. And so I really liked that we kept getting a little bit more and more and more throughout. And it showed, I mean, the arc of the storyline all the way through. That moment was really unique to me because they utilized this student, but in a bunch of different ways while having all these other students interact with him, and he was different with everyone. Great job on his part on buying in on the Zoltar character.
I really liked how, at first he's in his box, and I was thinking, like, is he ever going to come out of the box? And not only does he come out of the box, but he's dancing and hitting his mark and, like, just absolutely eating it and leaving no crumbs. And his outfit, I do want to take a little side conversation here to talk about the costumes, those dresses.
Can I have one?
Yeah.
Send me the link.
Listen, I'm about to call Randy Lanou, House of Lanou costumes, because stunning. I'm obsessed with like the gold shimmer that was on the dresses. The way that they moved. Yes, the fabric moved perfectly. The shoulders, the sleeves are just to die for. I want to put it on right now.
So we just kind of took a diverted route.
No, because there's a lot. Again, it's a maximalist show, so there's every single part of the compositional toolbox was put at 10 or 11 in some cases. But you can do that when they can sing. And then there were several moments where, the ballad, for example, where it's like, oh, not only do we have all this production value, all this general effect, all the costume, all the choreo, but
we can sing too.
We can sing too.
I wrote ballad harmony with a bunch of stars. The tonality of the ballad, and the moment where they're just sitting there saying, we're singing our faces off right now. Look at how well we can blend. Look at our variety and our type of singing voices that we have here, but also how we can marry everything together. It was so well done. When you have such a good choral, I mean that's the group of this. It's show choir for a reason, and to be able to show that off and say, hey, we can sing our voices off and we know what we're doing. On top of here's this intricate April James choreography that we can also nail. I mean, great job.
Love it.
All right, there's a lot more show choir coming up. 2 more groups to wrap up the prelims performance, then we get ready for the evening performance. The finals performances start at 6 p.m. and they'll go all the way through until about 9 o'clock. There's an exhibition, and then we'll announce those scores. So a lot of choir left today. Again, we do want to shout out those sponsors: Music Travel Consultants, Show Choir Cancer of America, Competition Suite, House of Lanou, Diane Holbert, Lettuce, and of course Box 5. So lots of sponsors making this event possible for you all to watch on the live stream for free. More show choir coming up. The next group is at 3:30 p.m. Indianola High School Side 1 with their top group as we continue this championship. Thank you. Championship division of the show choir performance here in Nashville. So a few more minutes until the next groups. We'll send it back out to the hall on Box 5 TV.
Just a quick reminder that those first 2 rows of seats are reserved for the performing choir and their family. Ladies and gentlemen, how we doing out there? Come on, this is a packed house. How we doing out there? Let's go. All right, that's better. That's better. Who's ready for some more choir, huh? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, children of all ages, step right up and prepare to be amazed. Tonight, under this very tent, you will witness the extraordinary, the unbelievable, and the truly spectacular. Feast your eyes on the feast of daring and danger, of strength and grace, unlike anything you have ever seen before. From the astonishing acrobats to the fearless tightrope walkers, from the strongest strongmen to the marvelous menagerie, we have it all right here just for you. Crafted with the care of the ingenious Adam Peeners, choreographed to perfection by the one and only Kevin Chase, backed by the great and powerful Pyramid of Sound, this performance is sure to dazzle and delight. Take your seats, hold on tight, because the show of a lifetime is about to begin. Welcome, one and all, to the greatest show on earth. Welcome to the show.
Show on earth. Leave your troubles at the door, because you won't need them anymore.
Take me to the big show. Take me anywhere but here. Put me in the front row. Make my problems disappear. Draw these high wires without a safety net. For the price of admission, I want to witness life or death.
Riding high on your emotion, reaching up, feel the rush. Is this real or just enough?
Dr. Gaylord turns her cold to the grip. When the stitch the same line, others comes apart with the rip. When the rats invade your attic and start leaving your ship, follow my tip, come away on a trip.
When you patches in your trousers and a hole in your purse. When your 9 to 5 is boring and your 5 tonight's worse. When you sneeze a set of flaps, pictures and a curse. Don't call us while you're still at the chairs. Just join the circus like you wanted to when you were a kid.
walking across the floor. Put one foot in front of the other, and soon you'll be walking out the door.
Smells like taste and sound. Somehow I can't believe that anything should happen. I know where I belong, and nothing's gonna happen. She's so high, high above me. She's so lovely, she's so high.
And we are back here in the Box 5 studio, Heart of America, week 1 of the 2025 season. Almost done with prelims here in the Nashville show, week 1 here. I'm Caleb Schumann with my colleagues, Caitlin Kendall and Hannah Johnson. Another fantastic show here as we enter into this final group here in prelims. What I enjoyed about this show, a pretty meta approach, because it was a show choir performance, but we weren't really at a show choir performance. We were at the circus, weren't we?
Yeah, we were at the circus, certainly. They did a tremendous job.
A maximal show again. The first thing that stuck out to me was the amount of full ensemble moments that they use. There was a lot of students on stage all the time, and it just takes a lot of focus to keep all of those students engaged, to keep the energy up. A very high energy show all the way through.
Absolutely. Adam Peters, who's the show designer for that show, has quite the name for himself in terms of really effective shows that he puts together. And I think this is a perfect example of that. Just to what you were saying, like the number of students who are on stage fully engaged in part of this storyline.
Right.
That's one thing that you see sometimes, you know, if you've got a storyline where you're following one character, well, yes, our tightrope walker was our focal, you know, center point for a big portion of this. So many of the characters on stage had a full role that they were playing, and you can tell that each one of the students, whether they were a circus member, whether they were a clown, whether they were the ringleader, whether they were an audience member to the circus, like they all had a job to do, and they all committed to their job and made the entire thing so immersive for the audience. I loved it. I loved it so much.
I truly did too. And even when you get down to the show choir moments, right? The choreography, impeccable. The cleanliness of the choreography, impeccable.
So clean.
So clean. But then not only were you clean with that, you also had powerful vocals.
All the time, the whole show.
The entire time. And one of my favorite things the show choirs do is when they have a bow that they're still singing, their clothes are in. So they're bowing, but they're like, don't forget, we're going to sing our faces off one more time, judges, so that you can hear that full choral bam in your face, and oh, by the way, bye. You know what I mean? At the same time,
you know,
the whole way through.
If there's one thing about a school from Iowa, is that they're going to roar, they're going to park, and they're going to bark, and that's what they did that entire show, all the way through the show. The vocals were just a wall of sound the entire time. So impressive.
Powerhouse
The
vocals.
show did open up with that soloist. So we get the soloist in the opening, we get the soloist in the end for that bookend moment, a little bit of a story. But then, like you were saying, full walls of sound the entire time. And not only full walls of energy, but also on top of the physical demands of the choreo, to have that sustained, to have that quality, really, really high performance there.
Truly, honestly, like one of my favorite things were that the character pieces were blended in so well with everything else.
Yes.
And they took it an extra layer. One of my favorite numbers was actually the character number, the clown number.
Yeah, me too.
Honestly, if you're going to do a character number and you're going to have character voices, you have to either go 100% for it or not do it at all. And so many schools don't go as far as you need them to go. They sold it all the way through. But one of my favorite moments of that entire song was when they were blending the character voices with the normal voices.
Yes.
And you could see all the clowns were staying in that character voice, but everybody else, the audience members of the circus, were singing in their normal choral tone. And there was this beautiful blended moment where you could hear, be a clown, but then you could hear like,
the classical.
That moment, I was like, check, check, love that, love that, love that, love that. But they really sold it on the character voices.
Absolutely.
Tremendous job.
You can also see a great diversity in their vocal capabilities, not only with the character voice, but the song right after that, they flip into this more contemporary piece with an entirely different vocal tone to it, which is so necessary. I mean, that's part of the ballot is tone quality, and whether it's a character voice, whether it's full choral, tall vowels, that or whatever, or it's something more contemporary, a little bit more in the pocket, a little bit on the more DL before we have these big, huge moments. I think it's so impressive.
One of the compositional elements that we can look at is the pacing of the show. This one, the pacing was go, 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 and the energy was high the whole time. I was locked in the whole, I mean, I looked down, I've only written 2 or 3 notes because I'm just in the moment.
Yes,
There's so much energy.
I blinked maybe 4 times.
Honestly. And it
great job, great job, great job. That was good, that was good, that was good. Woo!
Another maximalist show that I thought, okay, there was just so much content to sink my teeth into.
Something that I really loved, and we've been talking about the soloists a lot, which I love that there has been a soloist in every single group that has performed today, every single one, that I think, wow, you might get a ticket to Show Choir Camps of America. You might get Best Soloist today. And I loved watching that tightrope walker throughout the entire thing.
Yes.
And she was doing a great job. And then all of a sudden, she was handed the microphone. And I'm like, oh, honey, she's about to go off on the microphone, too. So she was doing a good job at being in character. And she had those beautiful dance moments where she had some lyrical movements that were very fluid. And then she got up on the tightrope and said, I can't just do that. I'm also going to do the splits right here. 18 feet up in the air.
On a tightrope.
I'm gonna do the splits while also singing my face off at the same exact time. Truly, I mean, that moment I'm like, that girl's a triple threat. Like she's got check, and check. Tremendous job there. So yet another one that I'm like, I don't know who's gonna get it.
Who's gonna walk home with a scholarship to Show Choir Camp?
I'm happy I'm not a judge today.
Well, in the band world, we would call that performing with multiple responsibilities, right? Visual and musical. Well done. One of the things that I also want to highlight here. One of the few change of pace moments was as they were wrapping up the ballot, it did go into this full a cappella moment. I'm always impressed as an educator to watch students perform in time without a conductor in front of them. And it just the skill that it takes to make sure that everyone's on the same page communicating with each other
and they don't have the music to cue them.
Exactly.
It was amazing. And something also that I wrote down, and I wrote it down during the final of all things, was their diction. Yes. The fact that your diction, my note about your diction was in your final, tells you everything that you need to know in terms of their ability to get their message across, because there were so many words in that finale. Intricate words that are hard to say to a normal person, but they were hitting every single diction. I knew exactly what they said, and they were still doing that at the end when they're exhausted from performing for 15 more minutes ahead of that. So I think they've done a really good job at really focusing on those choral moments of how important diction is, how important tone is, how important, marrying everything together and making it sound harmonious is, and they did a tremendous job at that.
Yeah. Speaking of ways that they married things together, I really, really want to commend them for the ability to just the diversity of the chaos that's happening as a circus, but then also coupled with the uniformity across the board. They've got all these different costumes. They've got all these different roles. They've got the prop, this huge thing in the middle, plus the curtain and all of these things that, potentially has the eyes looking everywhere all at once. But the foundation of that is really clean choreography.
They were so clean. I mean, they're doing this crazy choreography that's very like lines and dynamic. And I'm like, how are they all like? Again, another group, I'm going to say it again, that practice in front of a mirror and knows what they're doing, and they made sure that everybody was even keel when it comes to the choreography, and they nailed that too.
It's another show that if I get another read, I'm excited to see what layers I pick out on the second read, because there was just so much content in there.
So many things happening, all well, like all great.
All right, guys, we have one more group here in prelims, Hurricane with their top group, Red Hot. Then there'll be a bit of a break as they double check and tally the scores. The announcement of that score for prelims into finals will be at 4:45. That's the goal. So we have a couple more minutes before Hurricane High School comes up. Do you want to make one final plug? Follow on the social media channel of your choice. Just search HOA Choir. We're using hashtag HOA Nashville if you want to follow along and help your content be in that conversation too. Lots of show choir this evening. So one more group in prelims here at HOA Nashville. You're watching Box 5 TV.
What's up, Nashville? I said, what's up, Nashville? Yeah. All right. That's what's up. All right. How we doing? We ready to see some choir? Yeah? Got one more until our prelim awards, okay? Not the awards, the announcement of the finals. That is the reminder that all of our groups will be recognized later tonight at the very, very end of the evening, even if you didn't perform in finals, all right? Cool. Let's do it. Hurricane High School's Red Hot Show Choir is a competitive show choir comprised of 73 talented singer-dancers, instrumentalists, and stage crew. Red Hot is a 16-time West Virginia State Championship choir and is the current reigning champion. In 2024, Red Hot won 4 overall grand championships and 2 first runner-up overall placements across West Virginia, Ohio, and Indiana, while capturing numerous caption awards. It's your prerogative how you act and how you spend your money. However, how you act might have consequences. Join Red Hot as they retell the classic tale of A Christmas Carol under the direction of Joseph Kincaid, Casey Edwards, and Evelyn Bush, choreography by Randy Sage, Tori Brendis, and Jacob Jones. Please welcome Red Hot.
I really don't care. That's my prerogative. They say I'm nasty, but it don't get me down. Making money's how I live. Some ask me questions. Why am I so real? They don't understand me. Really don't know the deal about me. Trying hard to make it right. Not long ago, before I win this fight. Sing. Live your life that way. Tell me how far
shall find no sleep tonight. No, this is not a dream. Many wrongs have ye to right. Dark deeds ye must redeem. Your past, your present, and your future you shall soon behold. The story of your life shall now unfold. Tonight we write the story of your life, for it's all tonight.
Woke up this morning, worries of the world all over my mind. Make plans, don't matter, never seem to have enough time. But something seems to happen when I slow down. All I need is all I have right here, right now. I've got blessings on blessings written all over my life. Even when things are going wrong, I got so much going right. There's a song in my soul and there's breath inside of my lungs. So many things to be thankful for, how could I just choose one? I've got blessings on blessings.
gone. It won't be long. I'll be there to put the nail in your coffin. Stars in the sky, ashes in your eyes. Every man must face the day he dies. I'm gonna dance upon your grave. Ain't no chance you'll be saved. I put my shovel to the ground, but not dig 6 feet down to where you lay. I'm gonna dance upon your grave.
Great situations, can't sugarcoat. You can't complain now, 'cause that's what you get. That's what you get for being greedy. So greedy. Oh, that's what you get for being greedy. So greedy. Oh, that's what you get. Try, go ahead, cry. Beware how you Let's go. Make no excuses now. I'm talking here and now. I'm talking here and now. Let's go. Your time is running out. I'm talking here and now. I'm talking here and now. It's about what you've done. It's about what you do. It's all about where you're going, no matter where you've been. Let's go. All my heartbreak fades away like a book with the page. Let me take the mic, I want to testify. I was there and I came to life. No more living in the dark of night. Everything's alright. I've been changed, I've been saved. Brand new day and I am changed. Why would I turn back now? There's no end to the love I found. I'm turning no doubt. I've been changed. Where you're going, no matter where you've been. My hands in the air, I know you're there. Your love is something magical. My hands in the air, you heard my prayer. My hands in the air, I know you're there. My hands in the air, you heard my prayer. Let's go. Let's go.
Keep it going for Hurricane Red Hot.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Box 5 studio. I'm Caleb Schumann here with my colleagues, Hannah Johnson and Caitlin Kendall. We just finished
The last group of
Prelims.
the day.
Well,
In prelims.
in prelims, because we have another 5 groups plus exhibition coming up. The announcement of the finalists will be happening at 4:45, so in about 15 minutes or so. So we've got a few minutes. Lots to dive into. Another fantastic group here in this last block. I do want to talk about, before we get into the show choir elements that we have been visiting, this was the first group that really extensively used LEDs with their performance. And I think as we look to what is the next thing in pageantry arts, we're seeing this in indoor guard, and we're seeing this in marching band, the use of LED screens. We're seeing it here too, aren't we?
And what's so hard, oftentimes, when you add things like lights, or you add things like LED screens, or you add all these extra things, so much can go wrong. It did not in this case. And what I loved about it was it accentuated the choreography. So when they were hitting a note, the light would change. Or they were hitting a choreography, the light would change. If they changed a note, it was changing with the music. It accentuated it rather than distracting from it. It allowed me to continue to follow along, and it wasn't too much.
Yes. I love, too, along with that, the lamp posts that they had with the lights in them, they use them so frequently to extend, you know, that storytelling with the blocking. We've been talking so much about the beauty of blocking and storytelling, and I loved how they would, you know, they would cage him in, or they would divide down the middle to kind of give a little bit of a it's us versus him sort of situation. I really just liked, I thought that was really unique and useful.
Go ahead.
No, so often there's props, or there's lights, or there's set pieces on stage that are just kind of there. And I was nervous when they were there. I'm like, oh, are they going to have to dance around the lights the whole time? So it was refreshing to see them actually move them around and utilize them. And they worked perfectly for them. So.
In the marching band world, we would call that integration, making sure that the students are either on, around, in, moving with, interacting with the props. So just like you were saying, like they use those props to help tell the story. The lights were perfectly in sync. It added to the show rather than become a distraction. So I do want to highlight that as the group that definitely used LEDs the best today.
Yes.
Now we can jump into the show proper. There was a lot to digest there.
Oh, there was a lot to digest. From really great singing, really great dancing. I mean, one of my favorite choreographers. Tori is one of my favorite choreographers.
Yes.
I've been in shows where Tori is choreographed. So I like her style. I can tell when it's her style. And they executed it so well. Tori does, and really, I mean, all of their choreographers, Randy Sage, Tori, Jacob, I mean, they all have such intricate choreography that can be really hard to clean and really hard to like master, and they did a tremendous job at that. From the choreography, so we had more solo moments in this show. I mean, that quartet,
yes,
during the blessings,
I loved
beautiful.
it. I loved it. That whole number, I'm going to jump from there. I loved, you can tell that the culture of this program is welcoming, energizing, and wonderful, because the energy that they all had on stage together, I wanted to be up there with them.
Right.
They were clearly having such a good time, and they commit so well to the character, to the music, to the performance. It just is so fun. I want to be up there with them.
There were lots of moments where the characterization really came through. So there was the first moment where all of the girls are on stage dancing, and you get the one male soloist.
Yes.
So it was really easy. Your eyes knew right where to go. It was very engaging.
Yes. And speaking of soloists, that girl who, I don't know her name. I wish that we knew your guys' names, but the soloist, she was the soloist that we were blown away with in their all-girls group and their women's group. She was in a trio in this one, and she started it off, and I'm like, that's the same girl.
Yep.
That's the same girl.
Yes.
And then the other two voices came in.
Oh, my goodness.
And the harmony? I mean, the
trio.
fact that we have high schoolers singing with this much blend, this much harmony, 3 voices marrying perfectly well together, that was a really strong moment and a beautiful moment for the chorus.
And the style of the singing in that harmony, the way that they were all scooping together in lock, it was just, that is some really technical singing that they're doing at a very, very high level.
And just singing their faces off, even on the moments that weren't groups, you know? When the whole choir was out on stage, I'm like, whoa, okay, like powerhouse voices.
Yeah, powerhouse, especially in the ballad, because I wrote 2X because it felt just like double the volume, and there was a lot of students on stage, but it felt like the sound was even bigger than the amount of students that were on stage.
Right.
They were putting out some sound.
They were, and I to jump off of that, right at the top of the ballad, their control, the control that they have vocally, to be, yes, that powerhouse vocally speaking, but then also they had the sweetest, most controlled pianissimo moment right
and
at the very top.
And then it went straight into the acapella moment. It was a really brief acapella moment that was really beautiful.
Yes.
Tremendous job.
Yeah. But tell me your top-tier vocal group without telling me your top-tier vocal group.
But also a choreography group, because there were so many moments where I'm like, okay, dance break, when the whole band was on the stage.
Oh, I love it.
When the band come out on the stage and they're like, ga, ga, ga. Like they really get going. That's my dance moves. Like, they hit every single one, and then at the end, they hit every single one. I'm like, okay, dance break, okay, dance break. And the moment where the final costume change on stage,
the tearaway.
I'm like, wait, how did they just do that? Wait, this choreography is so good. I can't even figure out what's happening. I mean, they hit all those moments from every dance break. I mean, I love a dance break. That's like my bread and butter is a dance break. And they crushed the dance breaks.
Listen, Hurricane is known for having high energy performances, and that is showcased so well in the dance breaks, especially.
We love a reveal, that costume change right at the very end. You were predicting it, like, here we go.
I saw a little sneak peek of red under one of the dresses when they turned, and I'm like, they're going to do their costume change. When are they going to do it? And then all of a sudden, it was like, whoa, and I'm like,
yes.
Okay, girls, okay. It was awesome. But another blocking moment that you mentioned, it also was like the choreography. There's moments that I really like when you have the separation of the genders. When you have mixed choral groups, you have an opportunity to play with blocking and not just have partner dancing the entire time. You can split them up. There was a really cool moment where it went back to front. All the guys were in the front. All the girls were in the back. The guys had their moment when the girls were facing the back. And the girls were just doing a quick little, and then they turned, but then they blended, and all of a sudden it went this way. And the girls were in the middle, and the guys were on the side. I'm like, okay, blocking. Wait, I like it when a group will switch it up.
Yes.
They don't just do partner dancing the whole time, but they have moments where they have unique blocking in order because the costumes are different. And so when you can have the visual of the blocking with the different costumes, hats off to you. I mean, great job with that.
Also, do want to give a shout out. The band came on stage for their female group, and then they used that same kind of compositional technique again. I do have to say, again, very balanced, very aware. They knew when to play out. They knew when to not play out. For those students to come on stage, it's a nice moment for them also to get, to be honest, a little bit of time on stage.
Yeah.
And not just
Get
play
their
behind.
accolades.
Yeah, I mean, they did a great job. And there was an awesome dance break happening at the same time.
Yeah.
So,
very
I mean,
well
great
paced.
job,
Well
honestly.
paced.
Fantastic job.
Okay, so 5 of the groups that we have now seen from the prelims will be invited back to the finals performance. We'll also get the exhibition performance from the Ball State University Singers. So still quite a bit of show choir. About in the next 6 or 7 minutes is when we'll get that announcement of the finalist groups. That will start at 6 p.m., so there will be a bit of a dinner break after that.
Yeah.
So lots of evening show choir left. There'll be probably a wardrobe change up here, at least I know.
I know. We're changing in lunch break. We haven't been able to find
I'm
costumes,
ready to go.
but that's okay. We're going to have a wardrobe change. I'm just happy I'm not a judge, honestly.
Yeah, I don't want their job.
We were talking with them back there. It's like, we get the great part. We don't have to give any numbers. We don't
get
have
to
to
be
give
the
any
hype men.
critiques.
We're the hype men.
Yeah.
We literally hype you up. We say, well, you did great. We love this. We love this. We love this. And then the judges have to be like,
intonation on this one bar.
oh, this one little note was a little off, but like, you guys are all so good. So I truly am grateful I'm not a judge today. And I can just enjoy show choir like you guys are enjoying at home.
So you guys have just a few more moments before those prelims results are announced. More shows, of course. Make sure that you're following HOA on all the social media. Go ahead and search HOA Choir so you can follow along for the rest of the events in Orlando and in LA. So lots of choir to happen for the rest of the season. Lots of choir rest for the rest of the evening. Just a few more minutes until we announce those scores on Box 5 TV. So we'll send it back out to the hall for a little more show choir.
Hey, how we doing, Nashville? What's going on? What's going on? Make sure we keep those aisles as clear as possible. I know it's a little crowded in here, so it might be hard, but really try to hug those rows for me if you don't mind. I know we're ready to hear who made it for finals, but we have something really cool to talk about beforehand, so I'm going to introduce my friend Damon Brown to talk about performing arts for thirst. Give it up for Damon, everybody.
Thank you. Hey, everybody. My name is Damon Brown. I'm blessed to be one of the judges and see all these awesome shows today. But back in 2008, I had a former student, a show choir kid from Indiana named Seth Maxwell, that started something that's become a big passion thing in my life, and I want to share a little bit of it with you. He was a graduate of Franklin Central High School. When he graduated, he went to California to go to film school, and while there, a friend of his went on a photojournalism trip to Africa and found out about the global water crisis. Well, the global water crisis, in a nutshell, there are over 700 million people on Earth that lack access to the most basic thing that any of us can imagine, and that is the right to safe, clean water. We have it in our sinks, in our refrigerators. We have it so available, and we take it for granted. Well, around the world, there are people that are forced to walk miles every single day of their life to contaminated ponds, streams, and earth dams that are shared and unprotected with cattle, goats, donkeys that defecate and urinate in the water. This is the water that people around the world are forced to drink. As a result, people get sick, and thousands of people every single day die from things as simple as diarrhea, dysentery, cholera, that we would be able to quickly remedy with medication and clean water. Well, he found out about this, and he founded an organization called Thirst Project. It's a show choir. It's an organization started by a show choir kid that has raised, since its inception, $15 million to bring over 700,000 people clean water for life. Back in 2016, I asked him, I said, Seth, I want to go to Africa with you, and I want to find out about this, because I'd been a monthly donor since the project started, but I wanted to travel and see what was happening. So I went to Africa with him, and I've made 3 trips since then, and I've been to about 30 villages in the African nation of Eswatini, and we also are in Central America, in El Salvador, and also in Kenya, in Africa. And my heart was broken and inspired by what I saw. I saw people that were actually dying from lack of clean water. And then I saw people that were getting fresh water for the first time in their lives, dancing and singing and crying because their lives had just been changed. Their futures had just been changed. And I thought, we've got to do something about this in the show choir world, because the show choir world is filled with people that are compassionate, that want to make and are making the world a better place. And we've got to do something. And so I asked him if he would let me join the team, and he said yes. I was his former teacher, so he had no choice. But anyway, I started something that is a part of Thirst Project called Show Choirs for Thirst. Now it is called Performing Arts for Thirst. We have raised at show choir competitions around the United States, 40 of them this year, but we have raised since 2017 over $600,000 to give more than 25,000 people clean water for life. We call that the power of show choir to change the world. Well, very quickly, Heart of America and Music Travel Consultants have done something very, very special. They started about 5 years ago, 4 or 5 years ago. They said, you know what, Damon, this is so cool, and we're going to not just let you do miracle minutes. We're going to invest in the charity. We are going to match dollar for dollar every dollar that is raised by credit card or cash donations at every Heart of America festival. Heart of America, since 2019, has given over $70,000 to our work. And we are about to do something right now that is going to, A, add to that number, but more importantly, touch and change lives an ocean away. We have some friends right here from Ball State Singers, my alma mater, that are going to be passing through the crowd. If you would like to donate by cash, we're asking you to give as generously as you can. But we have something very special that we are doing only at the Heart of America events. If you want to donate by credit card, in the back of your program, it's like 2 pages from the back of your program, is a QR code. It says Thirst Project. There's a QR code at the bottom that you can scan. You can donate any amount that you want by credit card. $5, $10, $25 gives one person clean water for life. But we have 2 special things that we offer with Heart of America. Number 1, if somebody will donate $150 by credit card, you can take the receipt that you're going to immediately get for the donation back to the merch table and pick out a t-shirt of your choice from Heart of America. And a special bonus, if anybody is willing to give 10 people clean water for life, $250 or more, you can go to the merch table, get a Heart of America t-shirt, and fill out a form, and we will also send you a Thirst Project t-shirt as a thank you. And it's not just if one person does it. Last year we had, I think, about 15 people do it across the 3 competitions. So, right now, are we ready to change some lives? And give people the gift of clean water for life. Anything you can do, we thank you from the bottom of our hearts. On your mark, get set, go. Just raise your hands in the air if you are willing to help. Thank you so much. Scan the QR code and write Heart of America, or HOA, in the comment block. Thank you.
All right, let's see some hands. Let's see some hands out here. We got a bunch right over here. Ooh, one back there, one back there. That looks like a, oh, he's waving it. He is waving it around. Oh, we got one right here. Some of the kids. Some right here. Come on. Let's go, Cardinals. That's right. Yeah, that's what I like to see. Hey, right here. Passed him up. Oh, no. Oh, there's more. There's more. There's more. Keep those hands up. Keep those hands up. That's right. We got a bunch over here. Woo! What a great miracle minute. Everybody give it up for Performing Arts for Thirst. Give it up. Come on. Let's hear it. Keep those hands up. Keep those hands up. Big crowd right here, right here. Nice, nice. Oh, right here in the middle. Anybody else in the middle? We got them. Perfect. Awesome. Oh, right in front, right in front, right in front. All right. Perfect. Nice job. Everybody, one more time, one more time. Damon Brown. Really awesome. Now, we will be right back with the announcement of our finals, all right? Don't go far. All right. Who's ready for the moment we've all been waiting for? All right. Like to thank all of our sponsors, everyone that made it possible here. Box 5 TV, Ludus, The Competition Suite, Dance Sophisticates, Diane Holbert Limited, Gail McGinnis Productions and the House of Lanou, Show Choir Camps of America, the Show Choir Thirst Project and Damon Brown, and our preferred travel partner, Music Travel Consultants. Let's hear it for them. Come on. Let's get some energy. All right. Now a reminder, final to the top 5 performances from today, regardless of the high school show choir division they entered. Now, in performance order, here are our 5 HOA Nashville finalists. Performing at 6 p.m., Jackson Prep High School, Revon. Performing at 6:35 p.m., Hurricane High School, Heatwave. Up next, performing at 7:10 p.m., Brierwood, Radica. Performing at 8 p.m., Indianola High School, Side 1. And the final group performing in our finals tonight at 8:35 p.m., Hurricane High School, Red Hot. We will see you at 6 p.m.